The morning mist clung to the Virginia hills like the breath of ghosts, and 17-year-old Elias Rowe moved through it with the practiced silence of someone who had learned early that making noise brought unwanted tension. His boots, worn thin at the soles and patched with scraps of leather, made barely a whisper against the dew-soaked earth as he slipped away from the ramshackle farmhouse, where his Uncle Jeremiah still lay sleeping off another night's worth of corn whiskey. Elias had been orphaned at 12 when fever took both his parents within a week of each other, leaving him with nothing but a few books, his father's old surveying tools, and the dubious mercy of his father's younger brother. Jeremiah Rowe was a hard man made harder by drink and failure, his small farm perpetually on the edge of ruin, his temper as unpredictable as summer storms. The boy had learned to make himself scarce during the worst of it, disappearing into the dense forest that surrounded their property, with an ease that would have impressed even the Cherokee who had once called this land home. Today, like so many others, Elias sought refuge in exploration. He carried with him a leather satchel containing his father's compass, a few pieces of jerky wrapped in cloth, a small journal bound in cracked leather, and his most prized possession, a collection of sketches and notes about the native peoples who had once lived in these mountains. His father had been fascinated by their culture, their connection to the land, and had filled Elias's childhood with stories of their ceremonies, their wisdom, and their mysterious disappearance from the region. The forest called to him with promises of discovery. Every hollow might conceal arrowheads, every outcropping of rock might reveal petroglyphs, every cave might hold secrets from the people who had vanished like morning mist before the advancing tide of European settlement. Elias had already found several sites, a circle of stones that might have been a ceremonial ring, scattered pottery shards that he carefully catalogued and sketched, and most recently stories from old-timers in the near settlement about a cave deep in Raven's Hollow that the Cherokee had considered sacred, or perhaps cursed. The locals called it the Whispering Cave, claiming that strange sounds emerged from its depths during storms, that animals avoided it, and that more than one hunter had emerged from its vicinity speaking of visions and dreams that felt more real than waking life. Such tales only fueled Elias's curiosity. He had spent weeks preparing for this expedition, studying his father's survey maps, gathering supplies, and waiting for the right opportunity to slip away unnoticed. The path to Raven's Hollow was treacherous, winding through dense undergrowth and over rocky terrain that had likely remained unchanged since the last ice age. Ancient oaks towered overhead, their branches forming a canopy so thick that even at midday the forest floor remained dim and mysterious. Elias moved with growing excitement, his senses sharp and alert to every sound, every play of light and shadow. When he finally reached the hollow, he understood immediately why the Cherokee had considered this place special. The very air seemed different here, heavier, more charged, as if the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds had worn thin. The cave entrance yawned before him like a mouth in the hillside, partially concealed by hanging moss and twisted vines that seemed to grow in patterns too deliberate to be natural. Elias lit his torch with trembling hands and stepped into the darkness. The cave was larger than he had expected, its walls smooth and curved as if shaped by water over countless centuries. His torchlight revealed strange formations in the rock, not quite natural, not quite carved, that seemed to shift and dance in the flickering flame. The deeper he went, the stronger became a peculiar sensation, as if he were walking not just through space but through time itself. The passage opened into a circular chamber that took his breath away. The walls were covered in petroglyphs more elaborate and detailed than anything he had seen in his father's books or his own explorations. Spirals and symbols, human figures and animal forms, astronomical charts and what appeared to be maps of territories that no longer existed, all carved with a precision and artistry that spoke of deep spiritual significance. But it was the far wall that truly stunned him. Embedded in the living rock so perfectly integrated that it seemed to have grown there rather than been placed, was a mirror of polished obsidian unlike anything he had ever imagined. It was roughly circular, perhaps 3 feet in diameter, its surface so perfectly smooth that it seemed to drink in his torchlight rather than reflect it. Around its perimeter, carved into the stone itself, were symbols that seemed to pulse and writhe in the dancing flame. Elias approached slowly, his scientific mind warring with a growing sense of awe and unease. The obsidian was clearly ancient, yet it showed no signs of wear or damage. Its surface was flawless, like a pool of still water turned to stone. As he drew closer, he began to make out his reflection, but it seemed strange, distorted, as if he was seeing not just himself, but multiple versions of himself layered one upon another. Thunder rumbled overhead, and Elias realized with a start that storm clouds had been gathering while he explored. The sound echoed strangely in the chamber, seeming to come from all directions at once. Lightning illuminated the cave entrance briefly, and in that instant the obsidian mirror seemed to flicker with an inner light. Driven by curiosity and the reckless courage of youth, Elias reached out to touch the mirror's surface. The moment his fingertips made contact with the obsidian, the world exploded into chaos. Light, brilliant, searing, impossible light, erupted from the mirror's surface. The petroglyphs on the walls began to glow as if lit from within, their symbols writhing and dancing like living things. The thunder outside became a roar that seemed to come from the earth itself, and Elias felt a sensation like falling, though his feet remained firmly planted on the cave floor. The obsidian mirror rippled like water under his touch, and suddenly he was not touching a solid surface but reaching into something vast and liquid and alive. A force beyond his understanding seized him, pulling him forward into the mirror's depths. He tried to pull back, but it was like trying to escape a river in flood. The light grew brighter, the roar louder, and then silence. Elias woke to the sound of birdsong unlike any he had ever heard. Complex, musical, hauntingly beautiful. He lay on soft earth carpeted with moss and fallen leaves, but the trees above him were different from those he knew. These were giants, old-growth forest that stretched up into a canopy so high and dense that only scattered beams of sunlight penetrated to the forest floor. The air itself felt different, cleaner, wilder, charged with life and possibility. He sat up slowly, his head spinning with confusion and disorientation. His torch was gone, but he didn't need it. Streams of golden sunlight provided illumination that revealed a world transformed. The forest around him was pristine, untouched by axe or plough, teeming with life in a way that the woods of his own time never were. Massive chestnuts and oaks rose like cathedral pillars, their trunks so wide that a dozen men couldn't encircle them with joined hands. Beneath them grew an understory of species he couldn't identify, flowers in colours more vivid than any he had seen, berries that gleamed like jewels. But it was the sounds that truly convinced him something extraordinary had happened. Not just the complex bird song, but the rustle of large animals moving through the undergrowth without fear, the splash of fish jumping in a nearby stream that ran clearer than crystal, the whisper of wind through leaves that seemed to carry voices and music from another world. Elias stood on unsteady legs, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had he struck his head in the cave? Was this some vivid hallucination brought on by injury or exposure? But the sensations were too real, too complete. The scent of wild herbs and flowers, the feeling of moss beneath his feet, the play of light and shadow. Everything was more intense, more alive than his ordinary world. A rustling in the bushes nearby brought him sharply to attention. Something large was moving through the undergrowth, something that moved with the fluid grace of a predator. Elias's blood turned to ice as a massive bear emerged from the vegetation. Not the black bears he knew from his own time, but something larger and more formidable, with fur that gleamed silver-brown in the filtered sunlight, and eyes that held an intelligence both ancient and dangerous. The bear regarded him with what seemed like curiosity rather than aggression, but Elias knew better than to trust such appearances. He began backing away slowly, trying to remember everything his father had taught him about wilderness survival. Don't run, don't make sudden movements, don't look directly into its eyes. But the bear continued to approach, and Elias could see the massive claws, the powerful muscles beneath the fur, the sheer size of the creature. Just as panic threatened to overwhelm him, the sharp whistle of an arrow split the air. The shaft struck the ground between Elias and the bear, and the animal looked up with what seemed like resignation rather than fear. More arrows followed, not aimed to kill, but to drive the bear away, and after a moment of tense standoff, the great creature turned and melted back into the forest with surprising grace. Elias spun around to see his rescuers emerging from the trees like spirits materializing from the green twilight. There were 5 of them, and they moved with a silence and fluidity that made his own woodland skills seem clumsy by comparison. They were Native Americans, but not like any he had seen in illustrations or descriptions. These were people of the deep forest, their clothing made from finely worked hides and decorated with intricate beadwork and painted designs. Their faces were strong and weathered, marked with tattoos and paint that seemed to tell stories he couldn't read. The leader was a man of perhaps 40 years, his long black hair bound with feathers and carved bone ornaments. His eyes were dark and penetrating, missing nothing as they studied this strange pale boy who had appeared in their territory. Behind him stood 2 younger men who might have been his sons, their hands still resting on their bows, and 2 women, one middle-aged with the bearing of someone accustomed to authority, and one much younger, perhaps 16, whose gaze held a peculiar intensity as she stared at Elias. The leader spoke in a language that flowed like water over stones, musical and complex, full of nuances that Elias couldn't begin to understand. When he didn't respond, the man switched to what sounded like a different dialect, then another, his voice growing more impatient with each attempt. Finally he gestured sharply and the 2 younger men moved to flank Elias, their intentions clear. "Wait," Elias said, holding up his hands in what he hoped was a universal gesture of peace. "I mean no harm. I'm lost. I don't know how I got here." The words seemed to surprise them. The older woman stepped forward and spoke rapidly to the leader, her tone urgent. The younger woman, little more than a girl really, tilted her head as if listening to something only she could hear, then spoke in the same flowing language. Whatever she said caused the others to look at Elias with new interest, their hostility giving way to something that might have been wonder. The girl approached him slowly, her movements deliberate and graceful. She was beautiful in a way that seemed to belong to this wild place. Her skin bronzed by sun and wind, her hair black as a raven's wing and decorated with small carved ornaments that caught the light, her eyes the colour of deep forest pools. When she spoke, her voice was soft but filled with certainty. "You are the one from the sky stories," she said, in accented but clear English. "The one who walks between the times." Elias stared at her in shock. Not only could she speak his language, but her words suggested knowledge of his impossible situation. "You speak English? How do you... Where am I? When am I?" The girl smiled, and it transformed her face entirely. "I am a Hyoka. I learned the tongue of the Eastern peoples from traders who came when I was small. But you are not from the East. You are from the time that has not come." Before Elias could respond, the leader barked something sharp, and a Hyoka stepped back, her expression becoming more formal. The older woman gestured impatiently, and the group began to move deeper into the forest, clearly expecting Elias to follow. He looked around at the pristine wilderness, at the weapons and clothing that belonged to no European culture he knew, at the faces that regarded him with mixtures of suspicion and awe, and realized he had no choice but to trust these strangers. They travelled for hours through country that grew more beautiful and wild with each mile. Elias saw animals he had never imagined, flocks of birds with feathers like living jewels, deer so numerous they moved through the forest like flowing water, streams so clear he could count the pebbles on the bottom from 20 feet away. This was North America, as it had existed before European settlement, before the Great Dying, before the forests were cleared and the buffalo slaughtered and the native peoples driven from their ancestral lands. As they walked, a Hyoka fell into step beside him, ignoring the disapproving looks from the others. She pointed out plants and animals, teaching him their names in her language, telling him stories about their spiritual significance. Her English was limited but improving with use, and Elias found himself fascinated not just by her knowledge, but by the way she saw the world. Everything connected, everything alive, everything part of a great web of relationships that extended far beyond the merely physical. "My grandmother dreams of you," she said as they paused to rest beside a spring that bubbled up from moss-covered rocks. "She says the sky people told her of one who would come when the wheel of time turns crooked, one who carries the knowledge of what will be, but has forgotten the wisdom of what is." "Sky people?" Elias asked, accepting a drink from a water skin that tasted of herbs and something indefinably wild. Hyoka gestured toward the canopy above, where the last light of day filtered through the leaves. "The ancestors who became stars. They watch over us, guide us, sometimes send us dreams and visions. They told my grandmother that the mirrors would wake again, that someone would come through the spirit paths to help prepare for the time of great change. Mirrors? The word sent a chill through Elias as he remembered the obsidian surface, the impossible light, the sensation of falling through dimensions. The sky mirrors, Ayoka said, her voice dropping to a whisper, made by the first people, before the great ice, before the world changed. They are doorways between the times, but they were sealed long ago because the spirit said it was dangerous to walk between then and now and will be. As night fell, they reached the village, and Elias understood immediately that he had stepped into a world beyond his wildest imagination. The settlement was not the collection of crude huts he might have expected from his limited knowledge of Native American life, but a sophisticated community of perhaps 300 people, their dwellings arranged in careful patterns that seemed to follow the natural contours of the land. The houses themselves were marvels of engineering and artistry, some built of wood and bark in styles that varied according to family and clan, others partially dug into hillsides and covered with earth, and growing plants that made them almost invisible from a distance. Garden plots were integrated seamlessly with the natural landscape, growing not just corn and beans and squash, but dozens of other crops in carefully planned combinations that seemed to mimic the diversity of the forest itself. But it was the people who truly amazed him. These were not the savages of European imagination, but a complex society with its own philosophers and artists, its own scientists and historians, its own intricate social structures and spiritual practices. Children played games that were clearly designed to teach hunting and gathering skills, while also being genuinely fun. Adults worked with tools and techniques that showed generations of refinement and improvement. Elderly men and women sat in places of honour, their words listened to with respect and attention. The arrival of the group with their strange pale captive, for that's clearly what Elias was, despite the relatively gentle treatment, caused a stir throughout the village. People emerged from their homes to stare at him, some with curiosity, others with suspicion or even fear. He heard his presence discussed in rapid conversations he couldn't follow, saw children peering at him from behind their mothers' skirts, felt the weight of dozens of eyes studying his every movement. The leader, whom Elias learned was called Adahi, meaning lives in the woods, brought him to the centre of the village, where a large fire burned in a carefully constructed pit surrounded by carved stones. Around the fire sat the village elders, men and women whose faces bore the wisdom and weariness of many winters. They studied Elias with expressions that ranged from sceptical to hostile, and he realised his life might well depend on the next few minutes. An ancient woman, her hair white as snow and her face mapped with lines of age and experience, rose from her place by the fire. This, Ayoka whispered, was her grandmother, Galilahi, whose name meant attractive, but who was known throughout the region for her spiritual power and prophetic dreams. She approached Elias slowly, her eyes never leaving his face, and when she spoke, her voice carried the authority of one accustomed to being obeyed. Ayoka translated, her voice tense with nervousness. She asks if you are the one who stepped through the sky mirror, the one who comes from the time of dying to learn the time of living. Elias looked around at the circle of faces, all waiting for his answer. How could he explain what he didn't understand himself? How could he tell these people about the world he came from, a world where their descendants would be driven from their lands, their languages forbidden, their children stolen and forced into schools designed to kill the native within them? I don't know, he said finally. I was in a cave in my own time. I found a mirror made of black stone covered with symbols like those on your grandmother's medicine bag. When I touched it during a storm, everything changed. I woke up here, in your forest, in your time. As Ayoka translated, Galilahi's expression grew more intense. She asked another question, and this time Ayoka hesitated before translating. She wants to know what you have seen in your dreams since you arrived. She says the sky mirrors show truth to those who pass through them, but only in dreams and visions. Elias started to say he hadn't dreamed at all, then stopped. Now that he thought about it, he had been having strange dreams, fragments of images and sensations that felt more like memories than fantasies. Vast herds of animals stretching to the horizon, rivers that ran clean and cold from mountain to sea, forests that covered the continent from coast to coast. But also darker images, ships on the horizon, men with pale faces and strange clothes, the sound of gunfire and the smell of smoke. "I've seen your world as it was," he said slowly. "The great forests, the herds of buffalo, the rivers full of fish. But I've also seen darkness coming, men from across the water, bringing sickness and war and changes that will transform everything." The translation of his words caused a stir among the elders. Some looked frightened, others angry, still others thoughtful. Galilahi asked another question, and Ahyoka's face paled as she listened. "She asks if you have seen the time of the great dying, when 9 of every 10 people will walk the ghost trail, when the buffalo will disappear like smoke, when the forest will be cut and the rivers poisoned." Elias felt as if a cold hand had gripped his heart. These people couldn't know about the diseases that European contact would bring, the wars of conquest, the systematic destruction of their way of life. Yet somehow this old woman was describing exactly what he knew from his history books would happen. "Yes," he whispered, "I've seen that time." Galilahi nodded as if she had expected his answer, then spoke at length to the assembled elders. The discussion that followed was intense and sometimes heated, with voices raised in argument and hands gesturing emphatically. Finally, the old shaman raised her hand for silence and pronounced what sounded like a judgment. "You will stay with us," Ahyoka translated, relief evident in her voice. "You will learn our ways, share in our work, become one of the people. My grandmother says the Sky Spirit sent you to learn what must be preserved when the time of great change comes, but she also warns that your presence here may hasten that change, that by stepping through the sky mirror you may have weakened the barriers between the times." And so began the strangest period of Elias's life. The village accepted him with the cautious hospitality they might show to any refugee, but his obvious foreignness, his pale skin, his strange clothes, his complete ignorance of skills that every child learned, marked him as different in ways that couldn't be overcome by good intentions alone. Adahi, the man who had found him, took responsibility for his education with the grim determination of someone assigned an unpleasant but necessary task. Elias learned to make fire without flint and steel, using bow drill and tinder in ways that required patience and skill he had never developed. He learned to track animals by reading signs so subtle they seemed like magic. A bent twig here, a partial footprint there, the way birds behaved when large game had passed through their territory. Hunting was even more challenging. These people didn't simply kill animals for food, they entered into a spiritual relationship with their prey, offering prayers and tobacco, taking only what was needed, using every part of what they killed. Elias struggled not just with the technical skills of using bow and arrow, but with the entire philosophy that surrounded the act of taking life to sustain life. But it was the language that proved most difficult. What Ahyoka called her tongue was actually a complex system of communication that went far beyond mere words. Tone, gesture, context, even the time of day and season could change the meaning of a simple phrase. Stories were told with layers of meaning that revealed themselves only after years of study, and the most important knowledge was often embedded in songs and ceremonies that were shared only with those who had proven their commitment to the people. Ahyoka became his primary teacher and gradually his closest friend. She had a gift for languages that amazed him. Not only did she speak several native dialects and enough English to communicate with traders, but she seemed to understand the underlying structures that made language possible. She could take concepts from his world and find ways to express them in hers, building bridges between ways of thinking that seemed completely incompatible. Through her, Elias began to understand that what he had always thought of as primitive life was actually incredibly sophisticated. The village existed in perfect harmony with its environment, not through ignorance or lack of ambition, but through generations of careful observation and experimentation. They knew which plants could be harvested sustainably and which needed to be left alone, how to encourage the growth of useful species without destroying the overall ecosystem, how to live as part of the natural world rather than in opposition to it. Their spiritual life was equally complex. What European observers might have dismissed as superstition was actually a sophisticated understanding of psychology, ecology, and what could only be called physics. They knew that everything in the universe was connected, that actions in one realm affected all others, that the past, present, and future existed simultaneously in what they called the Great Circle of Time. It was this understanding that made them uniquely capable of accepting Elias's impossible story. They didn't question whether time travel was possible. Their entire worldview assumed that linear time was an illusion, that the truly real existed outside the normal flow of days and seasons. What concerned them was not how he had come to be among them, but why, and what his presence might mean for the future of their people. As autumn gave way to winter, Elias began to experience what he could only describe as visions. They came during meditation, during ceremony, sometimes even during ordinary activities like gathering firewood or helping with food preparation. He would suddenly find himself seeing through other eyes, experiencing other times, understanding connections that spanned centuries. He saw the obsidian mirrors being created by a people even more ancient than the current inhabitants of the village. They were master craftsmen who understood the properties of volcanic glass, but also shamans who could work with spiritual forces that Elias barely comprehended. The mirrors were not just doorways through time, but instruments for maintaining balance in the universe, ways of preventing the timeline from becoming too rigid or too chaotic. But something had gone wrong. The vision stories told of mirrors that had been used carelessly, of people who travelled through time for personal gain rather than spiritual necessity, of changes in the past that created ripples extending far into the future. The ancient people had finally sealed most of the mirrors, hiding them in sacred places and surrounding them with warnings and protections. The mirror Elias had found was one of the last, hidden in the cave system that the Cherokee had avoided for generations. His accidental activation had torn open a pathway that was supposed to remain closed, and every day he remained in the past increased the danger of paradox and chaos. Winter brought new challenges, but also deeper integration into the life of the village. Elias learned to appreciate the long evenings when the community gathered around fires to share stories, to work on crafts that required patience and skill, to plan for the coming year. He discovered that he had a talent for the intricate beadwork that decorated clothing and ceremonial objects, his steady hands and attention to detail making him valuable, despite his other limitations. More importantly, he began to understand the stories. What had seemed like simple folk tales when Ahyoka first translated them, revealed themselves as complex repositories of scientific knowledge, historical information, and spiritual wisdom. Stories about animals contained detailed information about behavior and ecology. Tales of heroes and spirits encoded practical instructions for everything from agriculture to astronomy. Accounts of the time before preserved memories of geological and climatological changes that stretched back thousands of years. And threaded through many of the stories were references to the sky mirrors and the people who had travelled between times. Elias realised that he was not the first person to fall through the temporal barriers. The oral traditions contained dozens of accounts of strangers who appeared mysteriously, lived among the people for a while, then disappeared just as suddenly. Some had been helpful, sharing knowledge that proved valuable. Others had been disruptive, bringing changes that upset the careful balance of tribal life. "My grandmother says you're different from the other Skywalkers," Ahyoka told him one evening, as they sat by the fire working on a winter robe decorated with astronomical symbols. "Most of them try to change things, to make our world more like theirs. But you try to change yourself, to become more like us." "Maybe that's because I don't have a world to go back to," Elias replied, surprised by the bitterness in his own voice. "My uncle doesn't care whether I live or die. I have no friends, no prospects, nothing but more of the same grinding poverty and ignorance." Ahyoka looked at him with the serious expression she wore when working through a difficult translation. "The words you use, poverty and ignorance, they don't mean what you think they mean. You come from a time of great riches, but your people are poor in spirit. You come from a time of much knowledge, but your people are ignorant of wisdom." "What do you mean?" She gestured toward the village around them, where people were going about their evening activities with quiet contentment. "Here, no one goes hungry unless everyone goes hungry. No one lacks shelter unless everyone lacks shelter. Children are raised by the whole community. Old people are honoured and cared for. Everyone has work that is valued and meaningful. In your time, you have great buildings and powerful tools, but people live alone and die alone. Many have no work or work that serves no good purpose. The weak are left to suffer while the strong take more than they need." Elias wanted to argue, but he couldn't. Everything she said was true. His own time, for all its technological advantages, was marked by inequality, loneliness, and spiritual emptiness that these primitive people had somehow avoided. As winter deepened, so did his connection to the community. He participated in ceremonies that revealed layers of meaning each time they were performed, learned songs that were also scientific treatises and historical chronicles, helped with the everyday work of maintaining life in harmony with the natural world. For the first time in his life, he felt as if he belonged somewhere, as if his existence had meaning and purpose. But the visions were growing stronger and more disturbing. He saw the mirrors cracking, reality bleeding through from multiple timelines, the careful balance that the ancient people had established beginning to collapse. Each night brought dreams of chaos and confusion, of a world where past and future existed simultaneously, where cause and effect became meaningless, where the very fabric of time began to unravel. Galilahi, the old shaman, confirmed his worst fears during a private consultation in her lodge. She cast the sacred bones and read the patterns with growing concern, then spoke in her own language for several minutes before Ahyoka could translate. She says the sky mirror you came through is still open, still pulling energy from our time into yours. Every day you remain here makes the opening wider, makes it more likely that others will fall through, that the barriers between times will collapse completely. But surely that would take years, Elias protested. Decades, maybe centuries. Ahyoka shook her head after another exchange with her grandmother. Time moves differently near the mirrors. What seems like months to you may be only days in your own time, but the damage accumulates faster than normal time. She says we may have only until the spring thaw before the situation becomes too dangerous to repair. Repair how? The answer, when it came, chilled him to the bone. According to the ancient stories, a mirror that had been opened improperly could only be sealed by someone passing back through it from the inside, essentially closing the door behind them. But the passage was dangerous even under the best circumstances, and attempting it with an already unstable mirror could easily result in the traveller being lost forever in the spaces between times. There is another way, Galilahi said through Ahyoka. The old stories speak of a second mirror, hidden in the sacred cave where the first people performed the ceremonies that shaped the world. If you could reach it, you could use it to return to your own time while simultaneously drawing the power from the broken mirror, sealing both passages. Where is this sacred cave? The answer was not encouraging. The site was 3 days' journey to the north, through territory controlled by tribes that were not always friendly to Ahyoka's people. Worse, the cave was said to be protected by spirits that did not welcome visitors, and the mirror inside it was supposed to be even more dangerous than the one Elias had found. A master mirror that connected to all the others, capable of opening passages to any time, anywhere. But as winter began to give way to spring, the signs of temporal disturbance became impossible to ignore. Animals began behaving strangely, appearing in the wrong seasons, sometimes aging rapidly or reverting to juvenile forms overnight. Plants bloomed and died in chaotic cycles that followed no natural pattern. Worst of all, some of the villagers began experiencing what they called time dreams, visions of possible futures that were so vivid they seemed more real than waking life. Elias knew he could delay no longer. Much as he had come to love this place and these people, his presence was endangering them. He would have to attempt the journey to the sacred cave, try to find the second mirror, and hope that the ancient stories contained enough truth to guide him home. The night before his departure, the village held a ceremony unlike any he had witnessed. It began at sunset with the lighting of sacred fires and the burning of herbs that filled the air with smoke that seemed to carry prayers and blessings skyward. The entire community gathered in the central plaza, their faces painted with symbols that told the story of his time among them, their voices raised in songs that seemed to weave his spirit into the fabric of their collective memory. Galilei presented him with a medicine bundle containing herbs and objects that she said would protect him on his journey and help him navigate the spiritual dangers he would face. Adai gave him a bow of his own making, along with arrows fletched with eagle feathers and tipped with obsidian points that had been blessed in ceremony. Other members of the community offered gifts both practical and spiritual: food for the journey, clothing suited to travel, ornaments and talismans that carried the power of their prayers. But it was Ahyoka's gift that moved him most deeply. She approached him as the ceremony was ending, carrying something wrapped in soft deerskin. When she unwrapped it, he saw that it was a mirror, not obsidian like the one that had brought him here, but polished copper that reflected the firelight like liquid gold. "It was my mother's," she said quietly, "and her mother's before her. It is said to show not what is, but what may be. Keep it with you." And when you return to your own time, look into it and remember us." "I don't want to leave," he said, the words torn from him despite his resolution. "This is the first place I've ever felt like I belonged. You're the first person who's ever understood me." Ayoka smiled, but he could see tears in her eyes. "The Sky Spirits sent you to us for a purpose, but not to stay. You must return and use what you have learned here to help prepare for the time of great change. When our descendants face the troubles you have seen in your visions, they will need someone who understands both worlds, someone who can build bridges between the old wisdom and the new knowledge. But how will I find you again? How will I know if what we've shared is real or just a dream?" Instead of answering directly, Ahyoka began to sing, a song he'd heard before but never understood, a melody that seemed to capture all the beauty and sadness of their impossible love. As she sang, she took a pendant from around her neck, a small carved figure of a bird in flight, and placed it in his hands. "The wind remembers all songs," she said when the melody ended, "and the earth remembers all who have walked upon it. When the time comes, you will know." The journey to the sacred cave began before dawn, with Elias accompanied by 2 young warriors who knew the territory and could help him navigate both the physical and spiritual dangers ahead. They travelled light and fast, following game trails and waterways that avoided the main paths used by larger groups. The landscape they crossed was breathtaking in its pristine beauty. Rolling hills covered with forests that stretched unbroken to the horizon, rivers that ran crystal clear and teemed with fish, meadows where wildflowers bloomed in incredible profusion. But Elias found it difficult to appreciate the scenery, knowing that he was seeing it for what might be the last time, that his journey was taking him away from everything he had come to love. His companions were skilled woodsmen, but also spiritual practitioners who understood the sacred nature of their mission. They moved with constant awareness of the spirits that inhabited every tree and stone, stopping frequently to offer tobacco and prayers, reading signs in the flight of birds and the behaviour of animals that told them which paths were safe and which should be avoided. On the second day, they encountered the first real danger. A band of warriors from a rival tribe had been tracking them since dawn, moving parallel to their path but staying just out of sight. Elias's companions recognised the signs: broken twigs arranged in patterns that couldn't be natural, the sudden silence of birds in certain areas, the faint smell of wood smoke from fires that were quickly extinguished. "They want to know why we travel toward the sacred places," one of his guides explained in whispered English he had learned from traders. "Our tribes have old disputes about territory and hunting rights. They may try to stop us, or they may demand tribute." The confrontation came at midday as they approached a narrow valley that offered the only practical route through a range of rocky hills. The rival warriors emerged from concealment with the fluid grace of men who had perfected the art of woodland warfare, surrounding Elias and his companions with a precision that spoke of careful planning and long experience. Their leader was a man of perhaps 30 years, his face marked with scars that told of many battles, his body decorated with paint and ornaments that proclaimed his status as a war chief. He spoke in a dialect that Elias couldn't understand, but his tone made his meaning clear. They were trespassers in his territory, and they would not be allowed to pass without explanation. What followed was a complex negotiation that revealed the sophisticated diplomacy that existed between the various tribes. Elias's guides identified themselves by clan and family, established their right to travel through the region by citing ancient agreements and mutual obligations, and finally explained the spiritual nature of their mission. The war chief listened with the attention of someone accustomed to weighing the truth and importance of what he heard, asking questions that demonstrated his own deep knowledge of tribal customs and sacred traditions. When the discussion turned to Elias himself, the atmosphere changed dramatically. His pale skin and strange appearance had already marked him as unusual, but when his guides explained that he was a skywalker who'd come through these spirit mirrors, the rival warriors reacted with mixtures of awe, fear and suspicion. Some wanted to kill him immediately, believing that his presence would bring bad luck to their people. Others argued that he should be captured and brought to their own shamans for questioning, but their leader surprised everyone by approaching Elias directly and speaking to him in heavily accented but understandable English. "You're the one the dream speakers have seen," he said, his eyes never leaving Elias's face. "The pale ghost who walks between the times, bringing visions of sorrow and change." "I don't want to bring sorrow," Elias replied carefully. I only want to return to my own time and seal the pathway that brought me here." The war chief studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "The old grandmother of the western village sent word that one like you would come, seeking the great mirror in the cave of first ceremonies. She said we should let you pass, but also that we should warn you. The spirits that guard that place do not welcome strangers, even those who come on sacred business." "What kind of spirits?" "The kind that remember the time before the world was shaped as it is now," the war chief replied. "The kind that see all times at once and judge whether those who approach them are worthy of the knowledge they seek. Many have entered that cave. Few have emerged unchanged. Some have not emerged at all." Despite this warning, or perhaps because of it, the war chief allowed them to continue their journey. But he assigned 2 of his own warriors to accompany them, men who knew the specific dangers of the region and could provide additional protection if needed. The group that continued toward the sacred cave was now 5 strong, representing an alliance between tribes that might normally have been enemies, united by their recognition that Elias's mission transcended ordinary tribal politics. The landscape grew stranger as they approached their destination. Trees began to show signs of the temporal distortion that was spreading outward from the broken mirror, some with leaves that changed colour and fell repeatedly in the span of minutes, others that seemed to age and renew themselves in endless cycles. Streams flowed uphill in some places, and the sun occasionally appeared to move backward across the sky before resuming its normal course. More disturbing were the glimpses of other times that flickered in and out of visibility like heat mirages. Elias caught sight of massive creatures that had been extinct for thousands of years, of landscapes shaped by glaciers that had long since melted, of buildings and people that belonged to futures he couldn't imagine. The barriers between past, present and future were breaking down, and reality itself was beginning to blur. On the morning of the 3rd day, they reached the sacred cave, and Elias understood immediately why this place inspired such awe and fear. The cave mouth was not a simple opening in the hillside, but a complex formation that seemed to have been carved by forces beyond ordinary geology. Symbols were carved into the living rock, not just the petroglyphs he had seen in his own time, but 3-dimensional sculptures that seemed to move and change as he watched them, telling stories that unfolded in ways that challenged his understanding of cause and effect. The air around the cave shimmered with energy that made his skin tingle and his vision blur. Sounds echoed strangely here. His companions' voices seemed to come from multiple directions at once, and their words carried harmonics and overtones that suggested meanings beyond the literal. Even the sunlight behaved differently, bending in ways that created rainbows where none should exist, casting shadows that moved independently of the objects that supposedly created them. His guide stopped at a respectful distance from the cave entrance, and began preparations for a ceremony that would, they hoped, gain them permission to enter. They built a small fire using wood they had carried specifically for this purpose, burned sacred herbs that filled the air with smoke that seemed to carry their prayers directly to the spirits, and sang songs so old that their original meanings had been forgotten, preserved only because of their power to open communication with the guardians of this place. As the ceremony progressed, Elias began to hear other voices joining the songs. Not human voices, but sounds that seemed to come from the earth itself, from the air, from the space between moments. The symbols carved into the cave entrance began to glow with their own light, and the shimmering in the air intensified until it became almost solid, like looking through water. Then, without warning, the voices fell silent, and the glow faded. In the sudden stillness, a figure emerged from the cave, not walking out in any normal sense, but materializing from the shadows as if the darkness itself had taken human form. It was an old woman, ancient beyond measure, her hair white as fresh snow and her skin marked with tattoos that seemed to tell the entire history of her people. She wore robes that appeared to be made of starlight and shadow, decorated with ornaments that defied identification. Some seemed to be made of crystallized time, others of solidified music, still others of materials that had no names in any language Elias knew. When she spoke, her voice carried the authority of mountains and the patience of geological ages. She addressed each member of their group in turn, speaking to them in their own languages, calling them by names that included not just what they were called by others, but what they called themselves in the deepest privacy of their hearts. To Elias, she spoke in English that was more perfect than any he had ever heard, as if she had learned the language from its own dreams rather than from human teachers. So, Skywalker, you come seeking passage home. But tell me, what is home to one who has walked between the times? Is it the place where your body was born, or the place where your spirit has learned to sing? The question cut deeper than any blade. Elias looked back at his companions, thought of the village he had left behind, of Ioka, and the life he could have had if he had chosen to stay. Then he thought of the growing instability, the visions of chaos and collapse, the knowledge that his presence was endangering the very people he had come to love. Home is where I can do the most good, he said finally, where I can use what I've learned to help build bridges between your world and mine. The ancient woman nodded as if his answer satisfied some test he hadn't known he was taking. Wisdom grows in unexpected soil, she said. Very well, you may enter the cave, approach the great mirror, attempt the passage back to your own time, but know this. The mirror will demand a price for its use. It may ask for memories, for years of your life, for abilities you value, for connections that bind you to joy. Are you prepared to pay whatever it asks? I am. And if the price it demands is the knowledge you have gained here, if returning to your own time means forgetting everything you have learned, everyone you have loved, will you still choose to go? The question struck him like a physical blow. To return to his own time but lose all memory of this experience, to forget Ayoka and Galilahi and Adai and all the others who had become more family to him than his own blood relatives had ever been, it seemed a price too high to pay. But then he thought of the visions, of the time of great dying that was coming, of the need for someone who could stand between two worlds and help them understand each other. Even if he forgot the details, perhaps some deeper knowledge would remain, some instinctive understanding that would guide him when the time came. Yes, he said, though the word tore at his heart. I'll pay whatever price is asked. The ancient woman smiled, and for a moment she looked like a young girl filled with joy and mischief. That is why you will not have to, she said. The mirror demands sacrifice from those who seek power or knowledge for selfish purposes, but you seek to sacrifice yourself for others. The spirits recognize this, and they will be generous. She turned and walked back toward the cave, gesturing for him to follow. At the entrance she paused and spoke to his companions in their own languages, blessing them and charging them with carrying word of what they had witnessed back to their people. Then she led Elias into the darkness. The cave was vast beyond imagining, its walls and ceiling disappearing into shadows that seemed to extend into infinity. The floor was carved with symbols and patterns that told the history of the world from its creation to its final ending, and walking across them felt like travelling through time itself. Elias saw the birth of the first people, their expansion across the continent, their development of the technologies and spiritual practices that had allowed them to live in harmony with their environment for thousands of years. But he also saw what was coming: the arrival of European diseases, the wars of conquest, the systematic destruction of everything these people had built. He saw his own descendants playing roles both heroic and villainous in the great tragedy that would unfold over the next centuries, and he understood with crystal clarity why he had been brought here, what knowledge he was meant to carry back to his own time. At the centre of the cave, set into a raised platform carved from a single piece of black stone, was the master mirror. It was larger than the one he had found in his own time, perfectly circular and perhaps 6 feet in diameter, its obsidian surface so flawless that it seemed to be a window into the void itself. Around its edge were carved symbols that seemed to move and shift as he watched them, telling stories in languages that had never been spoken by human tongues. This is the first mirror, the ancient woman explained, created by the star people before they returned to the sky, left as a gift and a responsibility for those who would come after. It connects to all the other mirrors, in all the other times. Through it, you can travel not just to your own time, but to any time, any place where the other mirrors wait. Elias approached the mirror slowly, feeling the power that radiated from its surface like heat from a fire. As he drew closer, images began to appear in its depths, not reflections of the cave around him, but visions of other places, other times. He saw the cave in his own era, overgrown and forgotten, the smaller mirror cracked and leaking temporal energy. He saw possible futures where that energy continued to grow and spread, creating paradoxes that would eventually unravel the entire timeline. But he also saw other possibilities, futures where he returned to his own time with the knowledge he had gained, where he used that knowledge to help preserve native cultures and wisdom, where he served as a bridge between the worlds of scientific rationality and spiritual understanding. In some of those futures, the coming tragedy was mitigated, if not prevented entirely. In others, enough was preserved that the healing could begin sooner and more completely. "The choice is yours," the ancient woman said. "You can return to your own time, seal the broken mirror and work to prepare your people for the changes that are coming. Or you can step through to any other time, any other place where your presence might make a difference. The mirror will take you wherever your heart truly wishes to go." Elias stared into the swirling depths of the obsidian surface, seeing 1,000 possible lives, 1,000 different ways his story might unfold. For a moment he was tempted to choose a different time entirely, perhaps the distant future, when the wounds between cultures had healed and he could live in a world that had learned to integrate the best of both traditions. Or perhaps the distant past, when he could warn the first peoples about what was coming and help them prepare more effectively. But as he considered these possibilities, he kept coming back to the same conclusion. His own time, for all its flaws and limitations, was where he belonged. It was where his presence could make the most difference, where his unique knowledge and experience could serve the greatest good. And deep in his heart, he knew that Iyoka was right. He had been sent to this time and place not to stay, but to learn and then return. He reached out and touched the mirror's surface, feeling it ripple like water under his fingers. The ancient woman began to sing, her voice joined by others that seemed to come from the mirror itself, from the walls of the cave, from the very stones beneath his feet. The symbols around the mirror's edge began to glow and move faster, and Elias felt the familiar sensation of falling that had brought him here in the first place. But this time was different. Instead of the chaotic tumbling he had experienced before, he felt himself being carefully guided, protected by forces he couldn't see but could sense all around him. The ancient woman's song followed him as he fell through layers of time, and in her voice he heard promises that what he had learned would not be forgotten, that the love he had found would not be lost, that his sacrifice would bear fruit in ways he couldn't imagine. The last thing he saw before the vision faded was Ahyoka's face, smiling at him across the centuries, her lips forming the words of the song that would connect them across time and space. The wind remembers all songs, and the earth remembers all who have walked upon it. Then he was back in his own cave, in his own time, gasping and shaking as if he had been holding his breath for months instead of moments. The smaller obsidian mirror was still embedded in the wall before him, but even as he watched, cracks began to spread across its surface. Light leaked from the cracks, not the harsh light of his torch, but the soft golden light of another time, another place. He understood instinctively what he needed to do. Drawing on knowledge he couldn't quite remember learning, he began to sing. Not the song Ahyoka had taught him, for that had faded like a dream upon waking, but something deeper, older, a melody that seemed to come from the earth itself. As he sang, he pressed his hands against the cracked mirror, feeling the temporal energy that still flowed through it. The process was exhausting, requiring him to maintain perfect concentration while forces beyond his comprehension flowed through his body and mind. But gradually the cracks in the mirror began to close, the leaking light faded, and the sense of connection to that other time grew weaker and more distant. When the last crack sealed itself, the mirror went dark and cold, just another piece of worked obsidian embedded in a cave wall. Elias collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed by exhaustion and a sense of loss so profound it felt like dying. The detailed memories of his time in the past were already fading, becoming vague and dreamlike, but the emotional impact remained. The knowledge that he had experienced something extraordinary, had been part of something larger than himself, had loved and been loved in ways that transcended ordinary human experience. When he finally made his way out of the cave, he found the thunderstorm had passed, and the morning sun was painting the Virginia hills with gold and green. But everything looked different now, not the pristine wilderness he had briefly known, but a landscape already marked by European settlement, already diminished from what it had once been. His uncle Jeremiah was waiting for him at the farm, drunk and angry about his absence. "Where the hell have you been, boy?" "Been gone all night, worried me sick. Probably off in the woods playing Indian again, weren't you?" Elias looked at his uncle with new eyes, seeing not just the crude brutality that had always defined their relationship, but the fear and pain that drove it. This was a man who had lost his own dreams, who had settled for less than he wanted and blamed the world for his failures. Understanding didn't make the abuse acceptable, but it made it comprehensible in ways that changed everything. "I was exploring the cave system up in Raven's Hollow," Leia said calmly. "I think I may have found something significant. Petroglyphs, maybe some artifacts. I'd like to document them properly." Something in his tone, some new authority in his voice, made Jeremiah back down from the confrontation he'd been prepared to start. Instead, he grumbled about damn fool boy and waste of time, but he didn't raise his hand or his voice the way he usually did. Over the following days and weeks, Elias threw himself into documenting everything he could remember about his experience. The specific details continued to fade, but the broader knowledge remained, an understanding of Native American culture that went far beyond anything in the books available to him, an intuitive grasp of ecological principles that wouldn't be formally recognised by European science for decades, a spiritual awareness that transformed his relationship with the natural world. He began keeping a journal, filling page after page with observations about plants and animals, sketches of artefacts and symbols, fragments of songs and stories that came to him in dreams. He also began learning everything he could about the native tribes of Virginia, seeking out elderly settlers who had traded with them, reading every account he could find, gradually building a picture of what had been lost and what might still be preserved. But it was when he returned to the cave that he received the confirmation he'd been hoping for, and dreading in equal measure. The obsidian mirror was still there, still dark and sealed, but carved into the stone beside it was a message that hadn't been there before. Navashias Gaia, the wind remembers you. The words were carved in Cherokee syllabary, a writing system that wouldn't be invented for another decade. But somehow Elias could read them, could hear in them the voice of someone he couldn't quite remember, but would never forget. Below the Cherokee words, in English letters that looked as if they had been there for centuries, was a single name, Ayoka. As the months passed, Elias began to understand the true scope of what he had been given. His experience had left him with not just knowledge but a calling, a deep understanding that his life's work must be to serve as a bridge between cultures, to preserve what could be preserved and heal what could be healed. He left his uncle's farm as soon as he came of age, making his way to the nearest city with libraries and schools. Using his father's surveying instruments and his own mysterious knowledge of the land, he found work as a guide and surveyor, slowly building a reputation as someone who understood the wilderness better than men twice his age. But his real passion was for writing and research. He began collecting stories from the last generation of settlers who had direct contact with native peoples, recording their accounts with an accuracy and sensitivity that impressed even skeptical scholars. He learned Cherokee, Creek, and several other southeastern languages, often finding that words and phrases came to him without conscious learning, as if they were memories rather than acquired knowledge. His first book, Voices from the Vanished Land, True Accounts of Native Life in the Virginia Mountains, was published when he was 25 and caused a sensation in academic circles. Unlike other contemporary works that portrayed Native Americans as either noble savages or dangerous primitives, Elias's book presented them as complex human beings with sophisticated cultures, practical wisdom, and spiritual insights that the dominant society desperately needed. More books followed, each one adding to his reputation as the foremost authority on Native American culture in the Southeast. But Elias was careful never to claim credit for insights that weren't his own, always acknowledging that his understanding came from sources he couldn't fully explain, from dreams and visions that felt more like memories than her imagination. He never married, though he had opportunities. Something in him remained forever connected to a love he couldn't quite remember, a relationship that had been perfect in its brevity and impossible in its fulfillment. Instead, he devoted himself entirely to his work, to the mission that had been given to him in ways he was beginning to forget but would never truly lose. As he grew older, his writings became more explicitly focused on preservation and reconciliation. He established schools that taught both European and native ways of understanding the world, founded libraries that collected and preserved oral traditions, and worked tirelessly to document languages and cultures that were disappearing with each passing year. He also became known as a healer, though he never claimed medical training. People came to him with ailments that conventional doctors couldn't cure, and often went away healthier after treatments that combined herbal medicine with something that could only be called spiritual healing. When asked where he had learned such techniques, he would only say that they had come to him in dreams, but perhaps his most important work was less visible. The quiet conversations with government officials about treaty negotiations, the letters to influential people advocating for native rights, the behind-the-scenes efforts to prevent some of the worst excesses of American expansion. He couldn't stop the great dying that he had seen in his visions, but he could mitigate it, could help preserve seeds of knowledge and culture that would grow again when the time was right. In his 60th year, as he sat in his study surrounded by the books and artifacts that represented a lifetime of dedication, Elias received a visitor that changed everything. She was a young woman, perhaps 16 or 17, with the bearing and features that immediately marked her as Native American despite her European-style dress. She approached his house at sunset, walking with a confidence that suggested she belonged wherever she chose to be. When he opened the door to her knock, she spoke a single word in a language he hadn't heard spoken aloud in 40 years, but recognized instantly: grandfather. The word was Cherokee, but it carried layers of meaning that went beyond simple kinship. It was a term of respect for an elder, recognition of spiritual relationship, acknowledgement of someone who had earned the right to be called ancestor, even while still living. "I have been sent to find you," she continued in English that carried the same musical quality he remembered from another voice, in another time. "My grandmother's grandmother left stories about you, about the pale man who lived among the people in the time before the great changes, who learned our ways and then returned to his own people to plant seeds of understanding." Elias stared at her, his heart pounding with a mixture of hope and disbelief. "What was your grandmother's name?" The young woman smiled, and for a moment he saw another face, another smile shining through the years like sunlight through water. "Her name was Ahyoka," she said. "She lived to be very old, and she told stories of the Skywalker who came through the spirit mirrors, who learned to sing with the wind and speak with the earth. She said that someday, when the wheel of time turned full circle, someone would come to find him and bring him a message." She reached into a pouch at her side and drew out something that made Elias's breath catch in his throat. It was a pendant, a small carved bird in flight, worn smooth by age and handling, but unmistakably the same one that a Cherokee girl had placed in his hands beside a sacred fire in another century. "She said to tell you that the wind has remembered your song," the young woman continued, "that the earth has remembered your footsteps, that the seeds you planted have grown into trees that will shelter many people in the storms that are coming." Elias took the pendant with shaking hands, feeling the smooth stone warm against his palm as if it had been waiting all these years to return to him. As he held it, memories flooded back, not the detailed recollections he had lost upon his return, but something deeper and more permanent. The sound of Ahyoka's laughter, the feeling of belonging to something larger than himself, the knowledge that love could transcend time and space and death itself. "She also said," the young woman continued, "that when the time of great healing begins, you will remember everything, that the spirits have kept your memories safe, waiting for the moment when they would be needed again." That night Elias sat by his fire holding the pendant and feeling the years fall away like leaves in autumn. The young woman, who had given her name as Atsila, meaning fire, had stayed for dinner and told him stories that filled in gaps in his understanding, that connected dots he hadn't even realized were scattered across his life. Ahyoka had lived to be 93, dying peacefully in her sleep in a cabin deep in the Tennessee mountains, where her people had taken refuge after the Cherokee removal. She had never married, dedicating her life to preserving the old ways and preparing for the time when they would be needed again. She had become a renowned medicine woman and storyteller, and her tales of the Skywalker had become part of the oral tradition of several southeastern tribes. "She said you would know her again," Atsila told him as she prepared to leave the next morning. "She said that souls who find each other across time and space are never truly separated, that the spirits weave them together in ways that transcend single lifetimes." "Will I see her again?" Elias asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. Atsila smiled. "She said to tell you that the great circle is completing itself, that the time of ending is also the time of beginning. She said you would understand when the moment comes." After she left, Elias found that his dreams had changed. Instead of the vague, emotional impressions that had haunted his sleep for decades, he began to have vivid, detailed visions of the life he'd lived in that other time. He remembered the village with perfect clarity, could recall conversations word for word, could feel again the sense of belonging and purpose that had defined those magical months. But more than memories were returning. The spiritual abilities he had begun to develop during his time with Aryoka's people were reasserting themselves, stronger now and refined by decades of unconscious practice. He found that he could communicate with animals, could sense the health of plants and trees, could feel the emotional states of people around him with increasing clarity. Most remarkably, he began to receive visits from what he could only describe as spirits. Not ghosts in any conventional sense, but presences that seemed to exist partially in his time and partially in others. Sometimes they were people he had known in that other life, coming to give him messages or guidance. Sometimes they were strangers who sought his help in matters that spanned multiple generations, and sometimes, just sometimes, he caught glimpses of Ayoka herself, not as the girl he had known, but as the elder she had become, still beautiful but marked by age and wisdom and the sorrows she had witnessed. She never spoke during these visitations, but her presence filled him with a peace and joy that sustained him through the increasingly difficult work of his final years. For the world was changing rapidly, and not always in directions that gave him hope. The Civil War came and went, leaving scars that would take generations to heal. The Western expansion accelerated, bringing with it the final destruction of the great buffalo herds and the last free tribes. Industry began to transform the landscape in ways that would have been unimaginable when he was young, and the gap between human civilization and the natural world grew wider with each passing year. But there were signs of hope as well. Some of the seeds he'd planted were beginning to sprout. A new generation of scholars was taking Native American culture seriously, approaching it with respect rather than condescension. Conservation movements were beginning to recognize the wisdom embedded in traditional ecological practices, and here and there bridges were being built between communities that had been enemies for generations. In his 72nd year, as winter settled over the Virginia mountains where he had built his final home, Elias felt the approach of what he knew would be his last great transition. His health was failing, his body worn out by decades of travel and research, and the peculiar stresses that came with existing partially in multiple times. But he was not afraid. The visions that came to him now were of reunions rather than endings, of the completion of patterns that had been decades in the weaving. He saw Ayoka waiting for him in a place that existed outside of time, young and beautiful as she had been when they first met, but also wise with all the experience of her long life. On the night he died, the aurora borealis appeared over Virginia, an event so rare that it was recorded in newspapers across the region. Those who saw it reported that the lights seemed to dance and spiral in patterns that reminded them of smoke from sacred fires, and that the wind that night carried sounds like distant singing, like voices calling across impossible distances. The young Cherokee woman, Atsila, was with him at the end. She had appeared at his door 3 days earlier, saying simply that she had been called to come. She sat beside his bed through the final night, holding his hand and singing songs in her own language that seemed to ease his passage from this world to whatever lay beyond. "Can you see her?" she asked softly as his breathing grew shallow and irregular. Elias smiled, his eyes focused on something she couldn't see. "She's here," he whispered. "She's been waiting. She says the great circle is complete. The wind remembers. The earth remembers." His last words were in Cherokee, spoken with perfect pronunciation despite the decades that had passed since he had heard the language spoken. "Nvishiaskaya usti. The wind carries us home." When Atsila went through his papers after the funeral, she found a manuscript he had been working on in his final months, a complete account of his journey through time, written with such detail and precision that it read like a memoir rather than a work of fiction. Attached to it was a note in his handwriting: "For those who will come after, when the time is right for the full truth to be told." She also found the obsidian mirror pendant, the one Ayoka had sent through the generations with its message of remembrance and hope. But when she touched it, the stone was warm, and for just a moment she heard voices, 2 voices, singing together in harmony that transcended time and space, and death itself. The manuscript was eventually published, though not for many years. When it finally appeared, readers weren't sure whether to classify it as historical fiction or spiritual memoir. but among Native American communities, it was recognized immediately for what it was, a true account of one man's journey across time and cultures, a bridge built between worlds that had been kept apart for too long, and in the archives of several universities, filed away with other documents deemed too fragile or too strange for general access, were Elias Rowe's field notes and recordings, thousands of pages of Cherokee songs and stories, Creek medicinal formulas, Seminole agricultural techniques, and dozens of other cultural treasures that had been preserved against the day when they would be needed again. The Great Circle had indeed completed itself. The young man who had fallen through time in search of something he couldn't name had become the elder who built bridges across centuries, who preserved knowledge that would have otherwise been lost, who proved that love and understanding could transcend any barrier that history and hatred might erect. And somewhere in the space between times, in the realm where all moments exist simultaneously, two voices continue to sing together. The Cherokee girl who believed in spirits and prophecy, and the young surveyor who learned that the greatest adventures are not those that take us away from home, but those that teach us what home really means. The storm had been building all afternoon, dark clouds rolling across the New England countryside like an ominous tide. Nathaniel Harrow pressed his face against the barn window, watching lightning fork across the sky in brilliant, jagged lines. At 17, he had seen plenty of storms, but this one felt different, charged with an electricity that seemed to hum in his very bones. The barn around him was cluttered with the remnants of his uncle's madness, or what the townspeople had called madness. Ezra Harrow had been the village eccentric, a man who spoke of impossible things and built contraptions that defied understanding. When consumption finally claimed him 3 months ago, he left everything to his nephew, including a collection of brass gears, copper wiring, and cryptic schematics that covered every available surface. Nate had been working on his uncle's final project for weeks now, trying to decipher the barely legible notes scrawled in the margins of detailed drawings. The device looked like an oversized compass, its brass housing intricate with engravings that seemed to shift in the lamplight. At its centre sat a crystalline lens, and around its perimeter Uncle Ezra had arranged a series of delicate magnetic dials. According to his notes, the device was meant to harness the Earth's magnetic field, though for what purpose, Nate couldn't fathom. Thunder crashed overhead, rattling the barn walls. In the sudden flash of lightning, Nate noticed something he hadn't seen before. A setting on the compass marked simply as origin. It wasn't on any map he knew, wasn't a direction or location that made sense. But Uncle Ezra's final note, written in a shaking hand, had been clear. When the heavens rage, align to origin, and let the earth remember. With trembling fingers, Nate adjusted the primary dial to the mysterious setting. The moment the needle locked into place, the entire device began to vibrate with a low, harmonic hum. The brass housing grew warm beneath his hands, and the crystalline lens at its centre began to glow with an inner light that pulsed in rhythm with the storm outside. Another lightning bolt split the sky, this one so close that the barn filled with the acrid smell of ozone. But instead of dissipating, the electrical charge seemed drawn to the compass. Sparks danced along its brass edges, and the magnetic dials spun wildly as if struggling against some invisible force. "What have you done, Uncle Ezra?" Nate whispered, his voice barely audible over the growing drone of the device. The barn door burst open in the wind, and through it, Nate could see the lightning gathering above in unnatural patterns, spiralling downward like a luminous whirlpool. He tried to step back from the compass, but found himself frozen, his hands seemingly welded to the warm brass. When the lightning struck, it came not as a single bolt, but as a cascade of pure energy that poured through the open door and into the compass. The world exploded into brilliant white light, and Nate felt himself torn apart and reassembled in the space between heartbeats. The last thing he remembered was the sound of time itself screaming as it bent around him. Consciousness returned slowly, accompanied by sounds that didn't belong in any world Nate knew. Gone was the familiar creaking of the barn, the drumming of rain on the roof. Instead, he heard the distant trumpeting of massive creatures, the rustle of unfamiliar foliage, and the splash of water over stones. Nate opened his eyes to find himself lying on soft grass beside a river that ran clearer than any he had ever seen. The sky above was a brilliant blue unmarred by the smoke of any chimney, and the air carried scents both lush and wild. but it was the landscape itself that made his breath catch. Rolling hills covered in vegetation that seemed too vibrant, too primal. And in the distance, moving with ponderous grace through groves of trees, were shapes that belonged in the pages of natural philosophy books, not in reality. He sat up slowly, his body aching as if he'd been thrown from a great height. The temporal compass lay beside him, its brass surface now cracked, and one of its delicate gears missing entirely. The crystalline lens at its centre had spider-webbed with fractures, though it still held a faint inner glow. A sound like rolling thunder made him look up just in time to see a creature the size of a barn emerging from the forest. Its curved tusks gleamed in the sunlight, and its trunk swayed as it tested the air. Nate had seen illustrations of mammoths in his uncle's books, but no drawing could have prepared him for the sheer presence of the living animal. This was no world he recognised, no time he could place. The mammoth paid him no attention, moving on towards some distant watering hole. But other sounds were drawing closer, the padding of heavy feet, the crack of branches. Through the underbrush came something that made Nate's blood freeze. A massive cat with fangs like ivory daggers, its muscled body rippling beneath tawny fur. It had caught his scent and was stalking forward with predatory patience. Nate scrambled to his feet, clutching the broken compass, and ran. Behind him came the sound of the great cat giving chase, its breathing like the bellows of a forge. He crashed through bushes and leaped over fallen logs, his civilized upbringing no match for the desperation of pure survival. Just when he thought his lungs would burst, he heard something else. Human voices, raised in warning. A spear flew past his ear and embedded itself in a tree trunk. More spears followed, and the sound of the pursuing cat changed to a snarl of frustration. When Nate finally stopped running and looked back, he saw a group of beings that were unmistakably human, yet unlike any people he had ever encountered. They were shorter than the men of his time, broader of shoulder and thicker of limb. Their hair was wild and their skin weathered by constant exposure to the elements. They wore simple garments of hide and sinew, and their eyes held an intelligence that was both sharp and wary. The one who seemed to be their leader, a woman with prematurely grey hair and scars that spoke of countless battles, stepped forward and spoke in a language that was all clicking, consonants, and flowing vowels. Nate raised his hands to show he meant no harm, though he doubted they would understand the gesture. The woman, clearly the matriarch of this group, circled him slowly, taking in his strange clothes and pale skin. She reached out and touched the fabric of his shirt, her expression puzzled. When her fingers found the temporal compass, she jerked back as if stung. One of the men, a giant with arms like tree trunks and a face marked by ritual scars, growled something that needed no translation. He wanted to kill the stranger and be done with it. But the woman held up a hand and the giant reluctantly lowered his stone-tipped spear. What followed was a halting process of communication through gestures and simple demonstrations. Nate learned that the woman was called Kala and the scarred giant was Drog. Their tribe, the Urukar, lived in a series of caves along the river. They had been hunting when they heard the commotion and came to investigate. As they led him back to their settlement, Nate tried to process what had happened to him. The landscape, the creatures, the people themselves. Everything pointed to an impossible conclusion. He had travelled not just through space, but through time itself. The compass had somehow hurled him back thousands upon thousands of years, to an age when humanity was still finding its place in a world of giants. The caves of the Urukar were larger than Nate had expected, their walls blackened by generations of fires. Cave paintings covered every available surface, depicting hunts and rituals and astronomical observations that spoke of minds capable of abstract thought. The tribe gathered around him, chattering in their flowing language while Kala tried to decide what to do with this strange visitor. That first night, Nate proved his worth in the most basic way possible. The tribe's fire had died down to embers, and the younger members were struggling to restart it with their primitive fire-starting tools. Nate still carried his flint and steel from 1805, and when he struck sparks into a handful of dry tinder, the resulting flame seemed like magic to the watching Urukar. But it was what came next that truly earned their respect. Using principles of leverage that wouldn't be formally described for millennia, Nate showed them how to construct a simple pulley system that made moving heavy stones effortless. When they went hunting the next day, he demonstrated improvements to their spear-throwing technique based on his understanding of physics and trajectory. Slowly, painfully, Nate learned to survive in this ancient world. His soft hands grew calloused from napping flint and working hide. His pale skin darkened under the prehistoric sun. He learned to read the signs that warned of approaching predators and to find water in seemingly barren landscapes. The Uruk began to accept him not as a curiosity, but as one of their own. Among them, one stood out to Nate more than the others. Ina was perhaps 18, with dark hair that caught the firelight and eyes that seemed to hold depth of curiosity, unusual even among her intelligent people. She alone seemed to understand that his knowledge came from somewhere else, some impossible elsewhere that existed beyond the boundaries of their world. When Nate began sketching the phases of the moon on cave walls, using charcoal to create detailed astronomical charts, Ina watched with fascination. She helped him map the movement of stars, and together they calculated the turning of seasons with an accuracy that amazed even Kala. In return, Ina showed Nate things about their world that no outsider had ever been permitted to see. It was Ina who led him to the sacred burial cave, a place where the Uruk honoured their ancestors and sought communion with the spirits of the earth. The cave walls were covered with paintings more ancient than any in the main settlement, depicting hunts and ceremonies that stretched back through uncounted generations. But it was what lay at the cave's heart that made Nate's blood run cold. Partially embedded in what appeared to be fossilised bone was an artefact that had no business existing in this time. It was made of the same brass as his temporal compass, carved with similar symbols and still bearing traces of that same inner glow. But this device was broken, its pieces scattered among the ancient remains as if it had exploded with tremendous force. "How long has this been here?" Nate asked Ina in the mixture of gestures and simple words they had developed to communicate. Her answer chilled him. According to the oldest songs of her people, the metal thing that fell from stars had been in the sacred cave since the time of the first mothers, since the very beginning of memory. Someone else had travelled through time, someone else had possessed a device like his own. And something had gone catastrophically wrong. That night, as the tribe gathered around their fires, the elders spoke of ancient legends. Through Ina's translation, Nate learned of the fire-toothed beast, a creature that had haunted their people's nightmares for generations beyond counting. It was said to be a great cat with fangs like spears and eyes that burned with stolen fire. According to the stories, it guarded something precious, the fire from the stars that had fallen in the time of the first mothers. As the elders' words washed over him, Nate studied the ancient cave paintings more carefully. One image in particular caught his attention, a great cat with something circular and glowing embedded in one eye. The shape was unmistakable. It looked exactly like his temporal compass. When he examined his own device more carefully the next morning, he confirmed what he had begun to suspect. One of the critical gears was indeed missing, torn away during his violent journey through time. Without it, the compass was nothing more than an elaborate paperweight. But if the legends were true, if the fire-toothed beast really did carry a piece of starfire in its eye, then perhaps his gear, or one like it, was still somewhere in this ancient world. Nate began planning in secret, studying the beast's territory and learning everything he could about its habits. The Uruk spoke of it in whispers, describing a creature that had grown far beyond the natural size of its kind, fed by the strange energies of the starfire it carried. It laired in the volcanic canyons to the north, where sulphurous vapours rose from fissures in the earth, and the very ground was hot to the touch. Ina discovered his preparations before he could stop her. She found him crafting a spear with an obsidian point he had knapped to surgical sharpness, bound to a shaft of hardwood with sinews that had been treated to maximise strength and flexibility. His shield was a masterwork of prehistoric engineering, layers of hide stretched over a frame designed to distribute impact across its entire surface. When she confronted him, her eyes blazing with fury and fear, Nate tried to explain. Through gestures and the few words they shared, he told her about the compass, about his need to return to his own time, about the gear that might make it possible. But Ina understood more than he had given her credit for. She knew he was planning to leave, to abandon her and their people for a world she could never comprehend. Their argument continued through the night, but by dawn, Ina had made her decision. If Nate was determined to face the fire-toothed beast, she would help him do it properly. Together, they slipped away from the main settlement before the rest of the tribe awakened. The journey to the volcanic canyons took 3 days of hard travel through increasingly hostile terrain. The very air grew thick and sulphurous as they approached the beast's territory, and the ground beneath their feet radiated heat like a forge. Strange plants grew here, adapted to the hellish conditions, and the few animals they encountered were likewise changed. Smaller, quicker, with eyes that gleamed with unnatural intelligence. They found the beast's lair at the heart of a canyon where the walls wept moisture that stank of brimstone. The cave mouth was littered with bones, not just the remains of ordinary prey, but the fossilized skeletons of creatures that had been extinct for eons. And moving among these ancient remains was the fire-toothed beast itself. It was larger than Nate had dared imagine, easily twice the size of any saber-toothed cat that had ever lived. Its muscles rippled beneath a coat that seemed to absorb light, and its fangs were indeed like spears, curved and gleaming with venom. But it was the creature's left eye that confirmed every legend. Where there should have been an orb of living tissue, there was instead a sphere of brass and crystal that pulsed with inner fire. Nate had prepared as best he could. He had studied the creature's movements from a distance, noting its habits and weaknesses. He had constructed traps using principles of mechanical advantage that wouldn't be formally discovered for millennia. Weighted nets hung ready to drop from carefully positioned stones, and a pit lined with sharpened stakes awaited beneath a covering of carefully arranged branches. But when the moment came, when the fire-toothed beast emerged from its lair and caught his scent, all of Nate's preparations proved insufficient. The creature was too intelligent, too experienced in the ways of hunters who thought themselves clever. It avoided his pit with contemptuous ease and shredded his nets with claws like iron knives. What followed was less a battle than a desperate dance of survival. Nate used fire as his ancestors had, creating barriers of flame that forced the beast to approach from predictable angles. He used his understanding of leverage and momentum to turn the creature's size against it, striking at joints and pressure points with surgical precision. But for every advantage his knowledge gave him, the beast countered with raw power and predatory cunning honed by ages of hunting. The fight raged through the sulphurous canyon as volcanic vents spewed steam and the very stones cracked from the heat. Nate's spear found its mark more than once, but the beast's hide was thick and its vitality seemingly inexhaustible. His shield absorbed blow after blow from claws that could have shattered stone, until finally the bronze bindings gave way and the frame splintered. In the end, it was not superior strategy that saved him, but a moment of pure instinct. As the fire-toothed beast lunged for his throat, Nate threw himself forward instead of back, driving his obsidian spear point up through the soft tissue beneath the creature's jaw and into its brain. The beast's momentum carried it past him, and they both collapsed in a tangle of limbs and blood. When Ina found him, Nate was barely conscious, his body torn by claws and his left arm hanging useless at his side, but he was alive, and more importantly the brass gear was within reach. The fire-toothed beast's death had caused the strange eye to crack and split, revealing the mechanical component that had been fused into its flesh. Extracting the gear required careful work with tools of stone and bone, and it was clear that what they recovered was not exactly what Nate had lost. This piece was older, more corroded, marked by eons of exposure to the beast's alien physiology. But it was similar enough in design that it might serve, might complete the circuit that would allow his compass to function again. The journey back to the caves of the Uakar was a blur of pain and fever. Ina tended his wounds with medicines made from plants he couldn't identify, and somehow kept him alive through the worst of it. When they finally reached the sacred burial cave, Nate was barely strong enough to work, but work he did. By firelight, using tools that Stone Age craftsmen had honed to perfection, he began the delicate process of repairing his temporal compass. The corroded gear had to be cleaned and adjusted, its teeth filed to match the device's requirements. New connections had to be forged using techniques that blended the metallurgy of his own time with the practical knowledge he had gained among the Urkar. The work took days, and all the while, Nate was aware that his time in this ancient world was drawing to a close. The compass was healing, its brass surface regaining its former luster, its crystalline lens slowly clearing as the fractures sealed themselves. Whatever force had brought him here, whether magnetism or something more exotic, was preparing to carry him home. The Urka gathered for what they somehow knew would be his final night among them. They painted symbols on his tattered clothes using pigments made from ochre and charcoal, marking him as one who had walked between worlds. Kala spoke words in their ancient language that needed no translation. Blessing, gratitude, farewell. But it was Ina's farewell that broke his heart. She had taken one of the brass buttons from his 1805 shirt and strung it on a cord of braided sinew. As she placed it around her neck, Nate understood that she meant to remember him always, to carry a piece of his impossible world into whatever future awaited her people. They stood together beneath the aurora borealis, those same northern lights that would dance above New England thousands of years in the future. Ina traced the constellations with her finger, and Nate realized she was showing him the way home, not through space, but through time itself. The storm that had brought him here was building again, though whether it was the same storm or another altogether, he couldn't say. Lightning flickered in the distance, and the temporal compass began to hum with renewed life. Its dials spun freely now, seeking some magnetic true north that existed beyond the boundaries of the ordinary time. As the first raindrops began to fall, Nate activated the device one final time. The brass housing grew warm in his hands, and the repaired lens blazed with the light of captured stars. The Urka watched in amazement as blue fire danced around him, and reality began to bend and twist. The last thing he saw of that ancient world was Ina's face, illuminated by the temporal energies that were tearing him away from her. She was crying, but she was also smiling, as if she understood that some partings were necessary, some journeys had to be completed alone. Then the world exploded into light and motion, and Nate felt himself hurled forward through the screaming corridors of time. He awakened in his uncle's barn, sprawled on the same wooden floor where he had begun this impossible journey. The storm outside was already moving on, its thunder fading into the distance. By the light of his overturned lamp he could see that only minutes had passed since his departure. The same rain was still dripping through the same cracks in the roof. But Nate himself was changed beyond recognition. His clothes were torn and stained, marked with symbols painted in pigments that would not exist for thousands of years. His hands were scarred from working with stone tools, and his left arm bore the claw marks of a creature that had died before human civilization began. Most importantly, when he searched his pockets, he found proof that his journey had been more than a dream. Ina's necklace was there, the brass buttons strung on braided sinew, still carrying the scent of wood smoke in ancient places. In the days that followed, as his wounds healed and his strength returned, Nate began the work of documenting what he had experienced. He completed his uncle's journal, filling in the missing pieces with knowledge gained in the dawn of time. He studied the temporal compass, learning its secrets and preparing for whatever journeys might yet come. But he was careful to hide the device away, knowing that its power was too great for the world of 1805 to understand. Sometimes, on nights when the moon was full and the northern lights danced above New England, he would take it out and hold it in his hands, feeling the pulse of energies that connected all times and places. He thought often of Ina and the Urka, wondering what had become of them in the vast sweep of history. Had they survived to become ancestors of modern humanity? Had their descendants carried forward some memory of the strange visitor who had walked among them? He would never know for certain, but sometimes, in the depths of winter nights, he thought he could hear their voices carried on the wind. The temporal compass waited in its hiding place, patient as only such devices could be. Nate had learned its secrets, but he had also learned the cost of using them. Time travel was not a gift to be used lightly. It was a responsibility that required wisdom, courage, and the willingness to accept that some journeys change the traveller as much as they change the destination. As months turned to years, Nate established himself as an inventor and natural philosopher, though he was careful never to reveal knowledge too far ahead of his time. He married a local girl and built a life that seemed ordinary to his neighbours, but every full moon he would check on the device that had shown him wonders beyond imagination. The brass button on its sinew cord remained his most treasured possession, a reminder of a love that had bridged the vast gulf of time. Sometimes he wondered if he should return, if he could find his way back to that ancient world, and the woman who had helped him become something more than he had been. But deep in his heart, he he knew that some journeys were meant to be taken only once. The boy who had stumbled into the past through accident and desperation was gone, replaced by a man who understood that time itself was alive, aware, and infinitely dangerous. The temporal compass would remain hidden, its secrets guarded, until someone worthy enough and brave enough came along to claim them. And on nights when the aurora borealis painted the sky in shades of green and gold, Nathaniel Harrow would stand at his window and remember a cave girl who had shown him that love could exist in any time, in any place, in any form. The button around her neck had been his gift to the past, but her courage and wisdom were her gifts to his future. The storm outside his window began to build again, and for just a moment Nate's hand moved toward the hiding place, where the compass waited. But then he smiled and turned away, content to let the lightning flash and the thunder roll without intervention. Some storms were meant to be weathered, not travelled through. Time would call to him again some day, he was certain of that. But until it did, he would live in the present, carrying the past in his heart and the future in his dreams, a guardian of secrets that spanned the ages. Years passed like pages turning in a book written by invisible hands. Nate married Mary Thornton, the daughter of the local blacksmith, and together they built a life that seemed unremarkable to their neighbours. Their farmhouse sat on a hill overlooking the Connecticut River, and their fields produced wheat and corn that fed half the county. To the people of Millbrook, Nathaniel Harrow was simply a successful farmer, with an unusual talent for mechanical contraptions and an uncanny ability to predict the weather. But Mary knew better. She had seen the scars on her husband's body, marks that no New England predator could have made. She had watched him wake from dreams that left him speaking words in no language she recognised, calling out a name that sounded like Ina, in a voice filled with longing and loss. And on nights when the aurora borealis painted the northern sky, she had seen him standing at their bedroom window with tears streaming down his face, staring at something only he could see. Their marriage was built on love and mutual respect, but also on an understanding that some parts of Nate's past would remain forever sealed. Mary asked no questions about the brass button he kept in a locked box in his study, or about the complex mechanical device wrapped in silk beside it. She simply accepted that her husband carried secrets that were not meant for sharing, and she loved him all the more fiercely for the burden she could see he bore. Their children came in due time, first Samuel, then Rebecca, then the twins Thomas and Sarah. Each child inherited something of their father's curiosity and mechanical aptitude, though none showed the obsessive brilliance that had driven Nate to unlock the mysteries of time itself. He taught them to read the stars and predict the seasons, to work with their hands and think with their hearts, but he never spoke of the device that had shown him wonders beyond their comprehension. As the children grew, Nate established himself as more than just a farmer. His innovations in agricultural machinery revolutionized farming throughout the Connecticut Valley. His improvements to watermills and grain processing made him wealthy enough to endow the town's first proper school, and his detailed weather predictions, based on atmospheric observations that wouldn't be formally understood for decades, saved countless crops from unexpected storms. But it was his work as an unofficial doctor that truly set him apart. Using knowledge gained from watching Ina treat his wounds with prehistoric remedies, Nate developed healing techniques that seemed almost magical to his contemporaries. He could set bones so they healed straight and strong, treat infections with plant-based medicines that no physician in Boston could identify, and diagnose ailments by reading signs that other healers missed entirely. The town began to whisper that Nathaniel Harrow had been touched by something otherworldly, though they couldn't agree on what. Some said he had made a pact with forest spirits during a vision quest in the mountains. Others claimed he had studied with Indian medicine men who had taught him secrets passed down from the time before memory. A few of the more superstitious residents suggested he was in league with darker forces, though they kept such thoughts to themselves. Nate bore their speculation with quiet dignity, knowing that the truth was far stranger than any tale they could invent. He had indeed learned from teachers who predated civilization itself, but they had been human beings like himself, just separated from him by an abyss of time that defied comprehension. On his 40th birthday, as he sat in his study reviewing the agricultural accounts that had made him one of the wealthiest men in the county, Nate found himself drawn once again to the locked box that contained his most precious possessions. The temporal compass seemed to pulse with restrained energy, as if sensing his attention. Beside it, Ina's necklace lay coiled like a sleeping serpent, the brass button worn smooth by decades of handling. He had not activated the device in 23 years, but its presence had never left his thoughts. Sometimes he dreamed of the volcanic canyons where he had faced the fire-tooth beast, or of the sacred cave where ancient paintings recorded the passage of time travellers who had come before him. More often, he dreamed of Ina's face illuminated by firelight, her eyes bright with curiosity and affection. What had become of her? Had she lived a full life among the Urka, eventually becoming a matriarch like Kala? Had she taken a mate from among the tribe's hunters, born children who carried forward some fragment of the knowledge they had shared? Or had she died young, perhaps in childbirth or during one of the harsh winters that claimed so many in that unforgiving age? The not knowing was perhaps the cruelest aspect of his exile from that ancient world. He could calculate the orbital mechanics that governed the motion of planets, could predict eclipses decades in advance, could design machines that would not be invented for generations, but he could not reach across 50,000 years to learn the fate of the woman who had saved his life and stolen his heart. As if summoned by his thoughts, a knock came at the study door. Mary entered carrying a tray of tea and sweet cakes, her greying hair pinned up in the practical style she'd favoured since their first child was born. At 55 she was still beautiful, though her beauty had evolved from the fresh loveliness of youth to something deeper and more enduring. "You've been brooding again," she said gently, setting the tray on his desk and settling into the chair across from him. "Every year around this time you get that look, as if you're seeing something the rest of us can't." Nate smiled, though he knew it didn't reach his eyes. "Just thinking about roads not taken, paths that might have led to different destinations." "We all have those," Mary replied, pouring tea for both of them. "But dwelling on them won't change anything. The life we've built together is a good one, Nathaniel. Our children are healthy and happy. Our community respects us, and we've made our mark on the world. What more could a man ask for?" Before he could answer, young Samuel burst through the door with the enthusiasm that only a 15-year-old could muster. Their eldest son had grown tall and lean like his father, with the same dark hair and intense eyes that seemed to see more than they should. "Father, you have to come see this," Samuel exclaimed, his voice cracking with excitement. "There's the most peculiar storm building over the eastern ridge. The lightning is moving in spirals and the thunder sounds like nothing I've ever heard before." Nate's blood turned to ice water. He rose from his chair so quickly that he knocked over his teacup, sending hot liquid cascading across his papers. Through the study window he could see what his son had described, a storm unlike any that belonged to the natural world of 1828. The clouds were moving in patterns that defied the normal flow of weather, and the lightning that flickered within them pulsed with an almost mechanical rhythm. "Samuel, go to your mother and siblings," Nate said, his voice tight with barely controlled urgency. "Make sure they stay inside, no matter what they see or hear. Do you understand me?" The boy nodded, though confusion clouded his features. He had never heard his father speak with such intensity, never seen that particular look of fear and recognition in his eyes. Mary rose from her chair, her own expression growing concerned. "Nathaniel, what is it? What's wrong?" But Nate was already moving toward the locked box, his hands trembling as he withdrew the temporal compass. The device was warm to the touch, its brass housing vibrating with harmonics that seemed to resonate with the approaching storm. The crystalline lens at its centre blazed with inner fire, and the magnetic dials spun wildly as they sought some impossible true north. "Someone else is coming," he whispered, staring at the compass in horrified fascination. "Another traveller is about to arrive." Outside, the storm reached its crescendo. Lightning struck the earth with systematic precision, each bolt following paths that formed geometric patterns visible only from above. The thunder that followed was not the chaotic rumble of natural weather, but a measured cadence that spoke of intelligence and purpose. And then, in the space between one heartbeat and the next, the storm simply ceased. The unnatural clouds dissipated as if they had never been, leaving behind a sky so clear and star-filled that it seemed like a different world entirely. But in that moment of perfect silence, Nate heard something that made his soul ache with recognition. The sound of a human voice crying out in confusion and fear. Without another word to his wife, Nate grabbed a lantern and rushed from the house. He found the newcomer in the same field where he himself had awakened 23 years earlier. a young woman in clothes that belonged to no era he could identify. Her hair was the colour of autumn leaves, and her skin bore the pallor of someone who had spent too much time indoors. But it was her eyes that confirmed his suspicions. They held the same look of desperate confusion that he remembered from his own arrival in that prehistoric world. The woman clutched a device that was unmistakably another temporal compass, though this one was crafted from silver rather than brass, and bore engravings in a script that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. Like his own device, it was damaged, its crystalline core cracked, several of its delicate mechanisms scattered across the grass. "Where am I?" she gasped, struggling to sit up. "When am I?" The calculations were perfect. The magnetic alignment was exact. But something went wrong during the transition. Nate knelt beside her, his lantern casting flickering shadows across her pale features. "You're in Connecticut, in the year 1828, and unless I'm very much mistaken, you're not from this time any more than I am." The woman's eyes widened with shock and recognition. "You're another traveller? But that's impossible. The records show only 3 successful temporal translations in human history, and 2 of them ended in disaster." "Records?" Nate helped her to her feet, noting the way she favoured her left leg. "What records? Who are you, and when do you come from?" "Dr. Elena Vasquez," she replied, extending a hand in a gesture that seemed natural despite the centuries that separated them. "I'm a temporal physicist from the year 2157, and according to our historical databases, you're Nathaniel Harrow, the man who disappeared during a lightning storm in 1805 and returned with knowledge that shouldn't have existed for another century." Nate stared at her in amazement. In all his years of guarding the secret of time travel, he had never imagined that future generations would not only discover his story, but study it as historical fact. "You came here looking for me?" "In a manner of speaking," Elena replied, gathering the scattered components of her device with practiced efficiency. "We've been studying temporal anomalies for decades, trying to understand how the early experiments were possible. Your case was particularly intriguing because you managed to return safely from a journey that should have been impossible with such primitive equipment." As they walked back toward the farmhouse, Eleanor explained the state of temporal research in her own time. Humanity had colonized much of the solar system, developed technologies that seemed like magic to Nate's 19th century perspective, and eventually turned their attention to the ultimate frontier, time itself. But their efforts had been plagued by disasters, paradoxes, and travellers who vanished without a trace. "The mathematics are incredibly complex," she said, limping slightly as they climbed the hill toward his home. "Every journey through time creates ripples that can affect past and future in unpredictable ways. We've lost dozens of researchers to temporal storms, causality loops, and worse. Your uncle's design was crude by our standards, but it incorporated principles that we're only beginning to understand." Mary met them at the door, her expression a mixture of concern and resignation. She had lived with Nathaniel's secrets long enough to recognise when something extraordinary was happening, even if she couldn't fully comprehend its nature. "Another traveller?" she asked simply, as if visitors from the future were a common occurrence. "Dr. Elena Vasquez," Nate replied, helping the injured woman into the parlour. "She's from much further in the future than we are from the past." Over the next several hours, as Elena's wounds were tended and her story unfolded, Nate learned truths that challenged everything he thought he understood about time travel. The temporal compass was not simply a device for moving through time, it was a key that unlocked fundamental forces of the universe, forces that connected all moments and all possibilities in a vast, incomprehensible web. "Your journey to the prehistoric era wasn't an accident," Eleanor explained, studying his own compass with instruments that materialized from hidden pockets in her strange clothing. The device was drawn to a point of temporal significance, a moment when the timeline itself was vulnerable to change. The presence of another time traveller, whoever left that broken device in the cave, created a kind of magnetic attractor that pulled you to that specific moment. Nate felt a chill run down his spine. "Are you saying that someone else, someone from our future, had already visited that time?" "Not our future," Eleanor corrected. "Our past. The remains you found in the sacred cave belong to Dr. Marcus Chen, a researcher from the year 2089. He was part of the first generation of temporal explorers, using technology that was still experimental and dangerous. His device malfunctioned during the return journey, stranding him in the Pleistocene era where he eventually died. The implications struck Nate like a physical blow. The Urquhart had been dealing with time travellers for generations, not just him, but others who had arrived before and after his own visit. The legends of the fire-toothed beast took on new meaning. Perhaps the creature had been transformed not just by Dr. Chen's device, but by exposure to multiple temporal anomalies over the centuries. How many, he asked quietly. How many travellers have gone back to that time? Eleanor consulted a device that resembled a crystal tablet, its surface displaying information in symbols that seemed to write themselves. Our records show at least 7 confirmed arrivals in the period between 50,000 and 45,000 BCE. Most of them were researchers like Dr. Chen, studying the early development of human civilization. But there were others, refugees from timeline wars, explorers seeking virgin territories, even a few who went back simply because they could. Timeline wars, Mary interjected, her voice sharp with concern. What do you mean by timeline wars? Elena's expression grew grim. In my era, temporal technology became a weapon. Nations, corporations, and ideological factions began sending agents back to change key historical events, trying to create timelines that favoured their own interests. The result was chaos, contradictory histories, paradoxes that threatened to unravel causality itself, and entire civilizations that flickered in and out of existence. She paused, gathering her thoughts before continuing. That's why I'm here, actually. The Temporal Regulatory Commission sent me back to study the early period of time travel, hoping to understand how the original travellers like you managed to avoid the catastrophic side effects that plague our more advanced attempts. Nate absorbed this information with growing horror. His innocent experiment with his uncle's device had been the first link in a chain of events that would eventually lead to wars fought across time itself. The peaceful world of 1828 seemed suddenly fragile, vulnerable to forces beyond his comprehension. Can it be stopped? He asked. These timeline wars, the chaos you describe, is there a way to prevent them? Eleanor's smile was sad but determined. That's what we're trying to find out. The Commission believes that the key lies in understanding the original temporal compass designs, the ones that seem to work in harmony with time's natural flow rather than fighting against it. Your uncle's device, and others like it, may represent a fundamentally different approach to temporal manipulation. As dawn approached, Elena worked to repair her damaged compass using tools and knowledge from an era centuries beyond Nate's comprehension. But the principles she employed were remarkably similar to those he had learned in that prehistoric cave, suggesting that some truths transcended time and technology. There's something else, she said, as she calibrated the device's magnetic resonance chambers. Something the Commission needs you to know. The woman you knew as Ina, she's not lost to history. Her bloodline survived, and her descendants carried forward genetic markers that we can still trace in the modern era. Nate's hands trembled as he set down his coffee cup. You mean she lived? She had children? More than that, Elena replied, her eyes bright with excitement. Her descendants became some of the most successful and influential people in human history. Scientists, explorers, leaders who shaped the course of civilization. It's as if your presence in that ancient time somehow accelerated human development, giving our species advantages that allowed us to achieve things we might never have accomplished otherwise. The revelation left Nate speechless. His brief time among the Urquhart had not been simply a personal adventure, it had been a pivotal moment in human history, one that echoed forward through the millennia in ways he could never have imagined. As Elena prepared to return to her own time, she made Nate an offer that would haunt him for years to come. The Commission would like you to consider joining our research effort. With your experience and your unique understanding of temporal mechanics, you could help us find a way to end the timeline wars before they destroy everything we've built. But Nate looked at his wife, his children sleeping peacefully upstairs, the life he had built in this quiet corner of 19th century America, and he knew what his answer had to be. My travelling days are over, he said simply. I found my place in time, and I intend to stay here. Elena nodded with understanding. I thought you might say that, but the offer stands, for you and for your descendants. The Commission believes that the Harrow family line carries something special, something that makes you natural temporal navigators. With a flash of silver light and a sound like distant thunder, Dr. Elena Vasquez vanished back to her own time, leaving behind only a faint scent of ozone and the knowledge that time itself was far more complex and dangerous than Nate had ever imagined. In the days that followed, Nate found himself looking at his children with new eyes. Samuel in particular seemed to have inherited something of his father's sensitivity to temporal fluctuations, often commenting on weather patterns that had not yet begun to form or predicting events with uncanny accuracy. When the boy asked about the strange lightning that had brought their mysterious visitor, Nate simply told him that some storms were unlike any others, and that wisdom lay in knowing when to seek shelter and when to stand and face the wind. The temporal compass remained in its hiding place, but Nate no longer felt the same urge to use it. His journey to the past had been necessary, perhaps even destined, but it had also been complete. The future, with its timeline wars and temporal refugees, would have to find its own path forward. But on clear nights when the aurora borealis danced across the northern sky, Nate would sometimes take out Ina's necklace and hold it up to the light, imagining he could see through it to that ancient world where a cave girl had taught him that love could transcend any barrier time could create, and he would whisper a prayer of gratitude for the journey that had brought him home, and for the wisdom to know that some destinations were meant to be reached only once. The gears of Rome. The fog pressed against the grimy windows of Alaric Grayson's workshop like the breath of London itself, thick and yellow with coal smoke and the exhalations of 2 million souls. Inside, surrounded by the skeletal remains of a dozen timepieces, Alaric hunched over his workbench, adjusting the delicate springs of a grandfather clock whose owner would never return to claim it. The man had been found floating in the Thames 3 days prior, his pockets empty save for a ticket stub to the underground auction house on Drury Lane. Such were the hazards of collecting antiquities in Victorian London, where the line between scholarship and grave robbing blurred like watercolours in rain. Alaric had learned this lesson well over his 35 years, first as an apprentice clockmaker, then as a dealer in mechanical curiosities, and finally as something resembling a philosopher, though he would never claim such a lofty title. He preferred to think of himself as a student of time itself, fascinated by humanity's eternal struggle to measure, contain, and ultimately master the one force that mastered them all. The brass pendulum caught the gaslight as it swung, casting hypnotic shadows across the cluttered workshop. Gears of every size and description littered the shelves, some pristine and new from the Birmingham manufacturers, others green with age and mystery. It was among these ancient mechanisms that Alaric felt most at home, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of centuries spent trying to mark time's passage. A sharp rap at the door interrupted his meditations. The sound came again, more insistent, followed by a voice rough with tobacco and years. "Grayson!" "Open up, you hermit. I've got something that'll interest you." Alaric recognised the voice of Fletcher Moss, one of London's more reputable antiquities dealers, which was to say he only occasionally dealt in stolen goods. The clockmaker wiped his hands on a rag and opened the door to reveal a wiry man with silver whiskers and eyes bright with avarice. "What brings you out in this fog, Fletcher?" "Surely not the pleasure of my company." "Business, my friend. Always business." Fletcher stepped inside, shaking droplets from his coat. "There's an auction tonight. Private affair. The sort where they don't ask too many questions about provenance, if you take my meaning." Alaric did take his meaning. Such auctions were where the most interesting pieces surfaced, objects with histories too complex or controversial for the legitimate houses. "What manner of items?" "Roman pieces mostly, some Greek. There's one lot in particular." Fletcher's eyes gleamed. "A sundial, ancient, covered in gears like nothing I've seen before. The seller claims it's cursed." "Cursed how?" "3 previous owners, all vanished without trace. The last was that gentleman who ended up in the Thames." Fletcher grinned, showing teeth stained brown with tobacco. Naturally, this has depressed the expected price somewhat. Alaric felt his pulse quicken. He had been searching for months for an authentic Roman timepiece, something that might illuminate the sophisticated understanding of mechanics possessed by the ancients. The famous Antikythera mechanism had proven that classical civilizations were far more advanced than modern scholars believed, but examples were vanishingly rare. "Show me," he said simply. The auction house occupied the basement of a building that had once been a monastery, its stone walls perfect for muffling the sounds of questionable commerce. Gas flames flickered in wrought-iron sconces, casting dancing shadows over the assembled crowd of collectors, dealers, and curiosity seekers. The air was thick with pipe smoke and whispered speculation. Alaric found himself drawn to lot 23, displayed on a wooden table beneath a glass dome. The sundial was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Bronze and brass components were integrated into what appeared to be marble base, carved with Latin inscriptions he could partially read: Tempus fuit, tempus manet, time flees, time remains. But there were other symbols too, geometric patterns and astronomical diagrams that seemed to shift in the flickering gaslight. The gearwork was extraordinary. Tiny bronze wheels and escapements were visible through gaps in the marble housing, suggesting a mechanism of incredible complexity. This was no simple timepiece, but something approaching a mechanical computer, designed to track the movements of celestial bodies with precision that wouldn't be matched until the Renaissance. Lot 23, called the auctioneer, a thin man with the pallor of someone who conducted business exclusively in basements. Roman sundial, provenance uncertain, condition as seen, bidding starts at £5. The crowd was smaller than usual, and their enthusiasm notably subdued. Superstition ran deep among antiquities dealers, and the sundial's reputation preceded it. Alaric found himself bidding against only 2 other collectors, and within minutes had secured the piece for the surprisingly modest sum of £18. As he arranged for delivery, Fletcher appeared at his elbow. "You've got stones, I'll give you that. Most wouldn't touch that thing for twice the price." "Superstition is the enemy of knowledge," Alaric replied, though he couldn't entirely suppress a shiver as he looked at his purchase. There was something about the device that seemed to watch him back, as if the geometric patterns carved into its surface were eyes rather than mere decoration. The sundial arrived at his workshop the following evening, delivered by 2 men who seemed eager to complete their business and depart. Alaric spent the next several days examining it under magnification, marvelling at the precision of its construction. The gears were cut with mathematical exactness, and the astronomical calculations encoded in its structure revealed an understanding of celestial mechanics that shouldn't have existed for another 1,000 years. But it was the inscriptions that truly captured his imagination. Alongside the Latin were symbols he couldn't identify, resembling no alphabet he knew. Some appeared to be numerical, others geometric, but their meaning remained tantalizingly out of reach. He consulted every reference book in his extensive library, wrote letters to scholars at Oxford and Cambridge, even visited the British Museum to examine their collection of Roman artefacts. Nothing matched the mysterious symbols on his sundial. As December progressed and the winter solstice approached, Alaric became increasingly obsessed with the device. He worked late into the night, oil lamps burning low as he traced the intricate gear patterns and attempted to decode the cryptic inscriptions. Sleep became elusive, haunted by dreams of bronze wheels turning in darkness and voices speaking in tongues he almost but not quite understood. It was on the night before the solstice that inspiration struck. Alaric had been studying the sundial's shadow-casting gnomon when he noticed something peculiar about its angle. Rather than being fixed in the traditional manner, it appeared to be adjustable, connected to the internal mechanism by a series of nearly invisible gear teeth. Moreover, the marble base contained what looked like mounting points for additional components, mirrors perhaps, or prisms. The realization hit him like a physical blow. This wasn't simply a sundial, but something far more complex, a machine designed to manipulate light itself. The gears weren't merely tracking the sun's position, but calculating something else entirely, something that required artificial illumination to function properly. Working with feverish intensity, Alaric began constructing a support apparatus from parts in his workshop. He mounted mirrors on adjustable arms, positioned prisms to split and redirect light, and connected the entire assembly to a gear table powered by a combination of steam pressure and magnetic force. The theory was audacious. If he could recreate the conditions of natural sunlight at the precise moment of solstice, the sundial might reveal its true purpose. The work consumed him completely. He forgot to eat, sleeping only when exhaustion forced him to collapse over his workbench. His landlady, Mrs. Pemberton, knocked repeatedly at his door, concerned by the strange sounds and smells emanating from the workshop. Alaric barely heard her. All his attention was focused on the approaching solstice and the culmination of his experiment. December 21st arrived grey and cold, with snow beginning to fall as evening approached, Alaric made his final preparations as midnight drew near, adjusting mirrors and checking gear ratios with obsessive precision. The sundial sat at the centre of his elaborate apparatus, its bronze surfaces gleaming in the lamplight, waiting. At 5 minutes to midnight, he ignited the gas jets that would power his artificial sun. Light blazed forth, reflected and refracted through the network of mirrors and prisms, casting geometric shadows that danced across the sundial's surface like living things. The internal gears began to turn, slowly at first, then with increasing speed as the device found its rhythm. The sound was unlike anything Alaric had ever heard. Not the familiar tick-tock of clockwork, but something deeper, a harmonic resonance that seemed to penetrate his very bones. The shadows cast by the sundial's gnomon began to move independently of the light source, tracing patterns that hurt to look at directly. The air itself seemed to thicken, charged with an energy that made his hair stand on end. As the church bells of London began to toll midnight, marking the exact moment of winter solstice, the sundial reached a crescendo of activity. Gears spun with impossible speed, shadows writhed like serpents, and the harmonic resonance grew so intense that the windows of the workshop began to crack. Alaric reached out to shut down the apparatus, suddenly afraid of what he had unleashed, but it was too late. The world folded in on itself. There was no explosion, no flash of light or crash of thunder. Instead, silence descended like a curtain, followed by pressure that seemed to compress his very soul. Gravity became a living thing, crushing him down and then releasing him so suddenly that he felt himself falling upward into darkness. Time stretched like taffy, each second containing eternities, until consciousness finally fled and left him drifting in a void between moments. Alaric awoke to the sound of birds singing and the warmth of sunlight on his face. The sensations were so pleasant, so completely at odds with the London winter he remembered, that for a moment he simply lay still and enjoyed them. Then reality intruded, and he opened his eyes to find himself lying in a grove of olive trees under a sky so blue it seemed painted. He sat up slowly, his head spinning with disorientation. The air was warm and dry, scented with herbs he couldn't name, and completely free of the coal smoke that was London's constant companion. In the distance he could see white buildings climbing the slopes of hills, their architecture familiar from countless classical illustrations but impossible to mistake for anything modern. The remnants of his sundial lay scattered around him, broken into pieces but recognisably the same device he had been experimenting with hours, or was it centuries, before. His pocket watch, miraculously undamaged, read 2:30, though whether that was afternoon or morning remained unclear. Most disturbing of all, his Victorian clothing, while rumpled and torn, showed no signs of the violent displacement he remembered. A sound of hoofbeats and jingling harness interrupted his examination of the situation. Through the olive trees came a column of men on horseback, their bronze armour gleaming in the sunlight, red cloaks streaming behind them. Roman soldiers, as authentic as the illustrations in his history books, but possessing a vitality and presence that no artist could capture. Alaric's first instinct was to hide, but he was too slow. The lead rider spotted him immediately and barked an order in Latin. The column wheeled toward him with military precision, surrounding him before he could even stand. The decurion who commanded them was a weathered man with scars on his arms and the calculating eyes of a professional soldier. He spoke in rapid Latin, of which Alaric caught perhaps one word in 3. The tone, however, was unmistakable. He was being questioned, and his answers would determine his immediate future. "Non intelligo," Alaric managed, hoping his pronunciation wasn't too atrocious. "I don't understand." The decurion's expression grew suspicious. He dismounted and approached, studying Alaric's clothing with obvious puzzlement. The cut and fabric of Victorian garments were unlike anything from the classical world, and Alaric's pale complexion and soft hands marked him clearly as no labourer or soldier. More Latin followed, accompanied by gestures that needed no translation. Alaric was being taken prisoner, his stammered protests in broken Latin only convincing his captors that he was either a spy or touched by the gods. Either way, he represented something to be investigated by higher authorities. The journey to Rome took 3 days, during which time Alaric learned the realities of ancient travel. The roads, while impressively straight and well-maintained, were hard on feet accustomed to London's cobblestones. The soldiers shared their rations grudgingly, and water was precious enough that his request for a wash was met with laughter. but it was the city itself that truly drove home the reality of his situation. Rome in the reign of Domitian was not the picturesque ruin of later centuries, but a living metropolis of 1 million souls, its streets crowded with merchants, slaves, citizens and foreigners from every corner of the known world. The smell was overwhelming: unwashed bodies, cooking food, animal waste and the smoke of countless fires all combined into an assault on senses accustomed to Victorian standards of hygiene. The slave market where Alaric found himself was a revelation in casual brutality. Men and women were examined like livestock, their teeth checked, muscles tested, scars catalogued by buyers with the detached professionalism of horse traders. Alaric's unusual appearance and obvious education saved him from the worst fate: hard labour in the mines or quarries, but his destination was still servitude. Lucius Varro proved to be a senator of middle rank, wealthy enough to maintain a substantial household, but not so elevated as to attract dangerous attention from the emperor. He was a man in his 50s with the soft physique of comfortable living and the calculating gaze of someone who had survived decades of Roman politics. His examination of Alaric was thorough and uncomfortably intelligent. "You're no Gaul or German," he said in accented but perfectly understandable Greek, evidently having concluded that Alaric might be from the eastern provinces. "Your hands are too soft for manual labour, but you lack the bearing of nobility. A scribe, perhaps? A tutor?" Alaric nodded eagerly, seizing on the suggestion. "Yes, Dominus, I have knowledge of mechanical things, mathematics, astronomy." Varro's eyebrows rose slightly. Such skills were valuable in a world where accurate calendars and water clocks were marks of sophistication. "Show me." The senator led him to a courtyard where a water clock had stopped functioning, its bronze mechanisms seized with corrosion and neglect. Alaric examined it with the eye of a professional, identifying the problems and the tools that would be needed to correct them. Within an hour, he had the device functioning again, its steady drip marking time with mechanical precision. "Interesting," Varro murmured. "Very interesting indeed." Life in the senator's household followed patterns established over centuries. Alaric was given quarters with the other educated slaves, men who served as secretaries, tutors and accountants. His status was ambiguous, clearly valuable but equally clearly not to be trusted with sensitive information. He was fed well, clothed adequately, and expected to maintain and repair the various mechanical devices that were marks of Roman sophistication. But it was in the evenings, when his duties were complete, that Alaric began to uncover the mystery that had brought him to this time and place. The senator's library was extensive, containing works on natural philosophy, mathematics and astronomy that wouldn't survive the fall of Rome. More importantly, it contained references to something called the Collegium Mechanicus, the Mechanist Guild. The references were fragmentary and often cryptic, but they painted a picture of an organisation that had existed in the shadows of Roman society for generations. They were engineers and inventors, students of what they called ars temporalis, the art of time. According to the texts, they believed that time itself was not an abstract concept, but a physical force that could be manipulated through mechanical means. The idea was not entirely foreign to Alaric. His own experiments with chronometry had led him to similar conclusions, though he had lacked the theoretical framework to pursue them systematically. The Romans, it seemed, had been less constrained by the boundaries between science and metaphysics. His breakthrough came while translating a damaged papyrus that Varro had acquired from Alexandria. The text described something called a temporal anchor, a device that could detect and exploit what the author termed fractures in the flow of time. The description matched his sundial so precisely that Alaric felt his hands shake as he read. According to the papyrus, these fractures occurred naturally at certain times and places where the celestial mechanics created conditions of temporal instability. The winter solstice was one such time, particularly when combined with specific astronomical alignments that occurred only rarely. A temporal anchor could detect these fractures and, with proper preparation, allow a person to move from one time to another. The implications were staggering. Alaric had not been the victim of some inexplicable accident, but the beneficiary, or victim, of a technology that the Romans had understood far better than he had initially realised. His sundial was not merely an ancient artefact, but a working piece of equipment designed for the specific purpose of time travel. But the papyrus also contained warnings. The process was dangerous, requiring precise calculations and perfect timing. More ominously, it mentioned the Custodes Temporis, the Guardians of Time, a group that viewed such experimentation as blasphemy against the natural order. They were described as fanatics who would stop at nothing to prevent the misuse of temporal technology. As autumn turned to winter in his second year of captivity, Alaric began to make discreet inquiries about the Mechanist Guild. His position in Varro's household gave him access to other scholars and antiquarians, men who collected rumours along with manuscripts. Slowly, a picture emerged of an organisation that still existed, hidden in the depths of Rome's underground, continuing research that had begun centuries earlier. The breakthrough came through Marcus Cassia, a young woman who served as a scribe in the Temple of Minerva. Alaric encountered her while researching astronomical texts for Senator Varro, and their shared interest in ancient mathematics quickly developed into something deeper. Cassia was unusual for a Roman woman, educated beyond the normal limits, and possessed of a fierce intelligence that reminded Alaric of the suffragettes he had known in London. It was Cassia who first mentioned the Vault of Kronos, almost as an aside while discussing Alexandrian astronomy. According to legend, it was an underground temple near Delphi where the most sacred mysteries of time were preserved. The Mechanist Guild supposedly maintained it as their ultimate repository, the place where their most dangerous experiments were conducted and their most precious artifacts preserved. Of course, no one believes such stories anymore, she said, with a smile that suggested she might believe them herself. The age of mysteries is past. We are rational people now, governed by law and logic. But Alaric had seen too much to dismiss any possibility. That night, examining the broken pieces of his sundial by lamplight, he noticed something he had missed before. The fracture patterns weren't random, but followed the geometric designs carved into the marble base. It was as if the device had been designed to break in a specific way, creating puzzle pieces that could be reassembled if one understood the underlying pattern. Working through the long Roman nights, Alaric began to reconstruct his temporal anchor. The work was painstaking, requiring tools and materials that were difficult to obtain without arousing suspicion. Bronze and brass could be acquired from metalworkers, but the precise gears required handcrafting to tolerances that strained the limits of Roman technology. It was during this period that he noticed he was being watched. Senator Varro had always been observant, but now his attention seemed focused and predatory. Conversations that had once been casual became interrogations, and Alaric's movements around the household were increasingly monitored. The confrontation came on a winter evening when Alaric was working late in the senator's library. Varro entered silently, his footsteps muffled by expensive carpets, and stood watching for several minutes before speaking. "You're not what you pretend to be," the senator said quietly. "I've known this for months, but I've been patient, waiting to understand what you truly represent." Alaric's hand moved instinctively toward the concealed components of his sundial, but Varro was faster. Roman politics bred quick reflexes, and the senator had a dagger at Alaric's throat before he could react. "I know about the guild," Varro continued conversationally. "I know about their obsession with time and their belief that the past can be changed to serve the present. What I don't know is whether you're one of their agents or something else entirely." The blade was sharp enough that Alaric could feel it parting the skin of his neck. Any movement would open his throat, but lying still meant accepting whatever fate the senator had planned for him. "I'm not their agent," he said carefully. "I'm something they never anticipated. I'm from the future, Senator, from a time 1700 years beyond this moment." Varro's laugh was genuinely amused. "An interesting claim. Can you prove it?" Alaric reached slowly into his toga, moving with deliberate care to avoid startling the armed man. He withdrew his pocket watch, its Victorian craftsmanship immediately apparent to anyone with knowledge of mechanical devices. The precision of its gears, the quality of its springs, the sophistication of its escapement, all were centuries beyond anything the Romans could produce. The senator examined the watch with growing amazement, his political instincts warring with the evidence of his senses. The craftsmanship was undeniable, but the implications were staggering. "If this is true," he said finally, "then you represent an opportunity beyond anything I dared imagine. The knowledge you possess, the technologies of your time, they could transform Rome, make us truly eternal." It was then that Alaric understood the true danger of his situation. Varro didn't want to expose him or turn him over to authorities. The senator wanted to use him, to extract the secrets of the future and apply them to his own advancement. In the ruthless calculus of Roman politics, Alaric had become the ultimate resource. "I can't give you what you want," Alaric said. "The principles that govern such technologies require centuries of development, foundations that don't exist in your time. Then we'll have to settle for what you can provide." The dagger hadn't moved from his throat. "Your knowledge of coming events, for instance. Wars, succession crises, natural disasters. Such information would be invaluable to someone with the wisdom to use it properly." The conversation was interrupted by shouting from the courtyard, followed by the clash of steel on steel. Varro cursed and moved toward the window, momentarily distracted. Alaric seized the opportunity, grabbing the senator's wrist and twisting until the dagger fell. The two men struggled briefly, but Alaric's desperation gave him an advantage that Varro's superior training couldn't overcome. The senator went down hard, his head striking the marble floor with a sound like breaking pottery. Blood pooled beneath his skull, and his breathing became laboured and irregular. Alaric checked for a pulse, found it weak and erratic, and realised that Lucius Varro would not survive the night. The sounds of fighting were growing closer, accompanied by shouting in a dialect Alaric didn't recognise. Through the window he could see torches moving through the senator's gardens, carried by figures in dark robes. The custodes temporis had found him. Grabbing the components of his sundial and what tools he could carry, Alaric fled through the library's rear entrance into the maze of corridors that honeycombed the senator's house. Behind him he could hear doors splintering and voices raised in religious fervour. The Guardians of Time had come to cleanse the world of temporal blasphemy, and they would not be deterred by anything as mundane as Roman law. The escape route led through the household slave quarters, where terrified servants cowered in their cells as armed fanatics swept through the building. Alaric's unusual status gave him knowledge of the house's layout that proved invaluable. He knew which passages led to dead ends and which connected to the city's underground drainage system. Rome's sewers were an engineering marvel, but they were also a refuge for those who couldn't afford to live above ground. Alaric found himself in a world beneath the world, where escaped slaves, deserters, and criminals had created a shadow society that mirrored the one above. Here, in the stinking darkness beneath the eternal city, he encountered others who had reason to fear the Guardians of Time. They called themselves the remnants of the Mechanist Guild, though their numbers were few and their resources limited. Their leader was a man named Gaius Mechanicus, almost certainly not his birth name, who had spent decades studying the temporal sciences in hiding. He was ancient by Roman standards, perhaps 70 years old, but his mind remained sharp and his dedication absolute. "We have waited for someone like you," he told Alaric during their first meeting in a chamber carved from the living rock beneath the Palatine Hill. The prophecies spoke of a walker between times who would come from the future to complete the great work. Alaric was sceptical of prophecies, but he couldn't deny the accuracy of their descriptions. The texts the guild had preserved matched his experience too closely to be coincidental. They spoke of a man who would arrive with knowledge of sciences yet to be born, bearing a temporal anchor that could unlock the deepest mysteries of time itself. "What is this great work you speak of?" he asked. Gaius smiled with the satisfaction of someone who had waited decades to answer that question. The mastery of time itself, the ability to move freely through the centuries, to correct the errors of the past and shape the future according to wisdom rather than chance. It was an intoxicating vision, but Alaric had learned to be suspicious of grand ambitions. And the cost? There's always a cost to such power. "The cost is what we're paying now," Gaius replied. "Hiding in sewers, hunted by fanatics, watching Rome decline while we possess the knowledge to save it. The Guardians of Time believe that temporal manipulation is blasphemy, but they're wrong. Time is a tool, like fire or the wheel. It can be used for good or ill, but it cannot be ignored." Over the following weeks, Alaric learned the full scope of the guild's research. They had been studying temporal mechanics for generations, building on fragments of knowledge that suggested an even older tradition. The techniques they had developed were crude compared to what Alaric remembered from his own experiments, but they were based on sound principles and had yielded genuine results. The Vault of Kronos was real, they assured him, though reaching it would be extraordinarily dangerous. It lay beneath a temple complex near Delphi, in chambers that had been carved from the bedrock before the Greeks arrived. The guild maintained it as their ultimate repository, but access required passing through defences both technological and mystical. The ancients who built it understood truths that we're only beginning to rediscover, Gaius explained. They knew that time is not uniform. It flows differently in different places, pools in some locations and rushes like a torrent in others. The vault sits at the centre of such a pool, a place where past, present and future intersect. Preparations for the journey took months. The guild's resources were limited, and everything had to be done in secrecy to avoid attracting the attention of the Guardians. Maps had to be studied, supplies gathered, and routes planned that would avoid both Roman patrols and the fanatics who hunted them. It was during this period that Alaric's relationship with Cassia deepened into something approaching love. She had joined him in the underground, abandoning her position at the temple to help with his research. Her knowledge of ancient languages proved invaluable in deciphering the texts that would guide their journey, and her presence provided an anchor of humanity in the increasingly abstract world of temporal mechanics. "Are you certain this is what you want?" he asked her one evening as they worked by lamplight in the guild's hidden library. "The risks are enormous, and success is far from guaranteed." She looked up from the papyrus she was translating, her dark eyes reflecting the flame. "You're asking if I'm willing to die for this cause. The answer is yes, but that's the wrong question." "What's the right question? Are you willing to live for it? To accept the responsibility that comes with the power you're seeking?" She set down her stylus and moved closer. "I've seen what you're capable of, Alaric. You have knowledge that could reshape the world. The question is whether you have the wisdom to use it properly." The expedition finally departed Rome in the early spring, travelling as a merchant caravan to avoid suspicion. Besides Alaric and Cassia, the group included Gaius and 3 other guild members, along with Marcellus, a disgraced centurion who served as their military expert. The centurion had been cashiered from the legions for questioning orders during a particularly brutal campaign in Germania, but his skills remained sharp and his loyalty was absolute. The journey to Delphi took 2 weeks, following roads that were ancient when Rome was founded. As they travelled, Alaric began to understand the true scope of what they were attempting. The Vault of Kronos wasn't simply a repository of knowledge, but a functioning temporal laboratory, a place where the flow of time itself could be manipulated. The ancients built it as a fail-safe, Gaius explained as they camped in the shadow of Mount Parnassus. They knew that their civilization would not last forever, so they created a place where their most important knowledge could be preserved, and past Alaric found himself drawing on knowledge he hadn't known he possessed. Insights that seemed to come from some deeper source than his Victorian education. The symbols that had been mysterious when he first encountered them on his sundial now made perfect sense, revealing themselves as a sophisticated notation system for temporal mathematics. The first major obstacle was a massive bronze door covered in rotating discs, each inscribed with astronomical symbols. The solution required calculating the exact celestial positions for the night of the winter solstice in the year the vault was built, a date that had to be deduced from the astronomical data encoded in the mechanism itself. Working by torchlight, with the constant fear of pursuit by the Guardians of Time, Alaric and Cassia spent hours working through the calculations. The mathematics were elegant but fiendishly complex, requiring an understanding of precession, orbital mechanics, and temporal distortion that pushed the limits of their knowledge. "There," Cassia said finally, her voice hoarse with exhaustion. "If I'm right, the configuration should be Jupiter, in conjunction with Mars, with Venus rising at the moment of solstice." Alaric carefully adjusted the bronze discs, feeling the ancient mechanism respond to his touch. There was a moment of perfect silence, then a deep rumbling as counterweights shifted and gears engaged. The massive door swung open, revealing a corridor that stretched into darkness beyond the reach of their torches. The passage beyond was a marvel of engineering, its walls lined with bronze mirrors polished to perfection. As they advanced, Alaric realized that the mirrors were more than decoration. They were part of an optical computer, designed to perform calculations using reflected light. The patterns of reflection changed as they moved, creating displays of astronomical data that tracked their progress through the complex. The second obstacle was more subtle but equally challenging. The corridor split into multiple branches, each identical in appearance but leading to different destinations. There were no obvious clues to guide their choice, but Alaric gradually realized that the solution lay in understanding the nature of time itself. "It's not a maze," he said suddenly. "It's a demonstration." Each path represents a different understanding of temporal mechanics, and only one leads to truth. The correct path, he realised, was the one that acknowledged the paradoxical nature of time travel itself. By choosing the route that seemed to double back on itself, they found themselves approaching the heart of the vault, along a trajectory that satisfied the requirements of temporal consistency. The final chamber took Alaric's breath away. It was vast, carved from the living rock, and lit by some source that seemed to emanate from the stone itself. At its centre stood an orrery of impossible complexity, its bronze and gold spheres tracking the movements of celestial bodies with precision that wouldn't be matched for centuries. Around the walls, mechanical devices of every description hummed with quiet activity. Clocks, calculators, and machines whose purpose defied immediate understanding. But it was the central altar that drew Alaric's attention. Upon it sat a temporal anchor, identical to his own sundial, but complete and undamaged. The device pulsed with a faint luminescence, and the air around it seemed to shimmer with temporal distortion. "The master anchor," Gaius breathed. "We found it at last." As Alaric approached the altar, he could feel the device responding to his presence. The broken components of his own sundial grew warm in the bag where he carried them, resonating with their perfect counterpart. The mathematical patterns carved into the chamber's walls began to shift and change, displaying calculations that tracked his movement through time and space. "It's been waiting for you," Cassia whispered. "All these centuries it's been waiting for someone who could complete the work." Alaric reached out to touch the master anchor, and the moment his fingers made contact with its bronze surface, the world exploded into possibility. Visions flooded his consciousness, glimpses of potential futures, alternate histories, the vast web of causality that connected every moment to every other. He saw Rome triumphant, its legions marching through time itself to build an empire that spanned the centuries. He saw the fall of civilization, the long night of ignorance and superstition that would follow. He saw himself, older and wiser, using the power of the anchors to guide humanity toward wisdom rather than destruction. But with the visions came understanding of the true cost. The master anchor was not simply a tool but a burden, requiring constant vigilance to prevent its misuse. Those who wielded temporal power became responsible for all of history, their every decision rippling forward and backward through the centuries. "I can't," he said, pulling his hand back from the device. "The responsibility is too great. No one person should have such power." "Then you truly understand," said a voice from the shadows behind them. They turned to see a figure emerge from the darkness, an elderly man in robes that seemed to shift between the garb of a Roman philosopher and something far more ancient. His face was ageless in the way that suggested not youth, but a transcendence of temporal limitations entirely. "Who are you?" Alaric demanded, though something deep within him already knew the answer. "I am the guardian of this place, not one of those fanatics who hunt you, but the true guardian, appointed by those who built the vault to ensure that its power is used wisely." The figure approached the altar, and Alaric noticed that his feet cast no shadow on the luminescent floor. "I have waited through the centuries for someone to arrive who possessed both the knowledge to activate the master anchor and the wisdom to refuse its ultimate power." "Then the test was never about solving the puzzles," Cassia said with sudden understanding. "It was about what we would do when we reached the end." The Guardian nodded approvingly. "The ancients learned, through bitter experience, that temporal power corrupts absolutely. They built this place not as a repository of weapons, but as a school teaching each generation the same lesson, that true mastery lies not in the ability to change the past, but in the wisdom to accept it." Alaric felt the broken pieces of his sundial growing warmer in their bag. "But my anchor brought me here. Surely that was meant to serve some purpose." "It was. Your arrival has completed a cycle that began when the first temporal anchor was created. The knowledge you've gained, the understanding you've achieved, these were always the true treasures of the vault. The power to travel through time is nothing compared to the wisdom to know when such travel should be attempted." The Guardian moved to a section of wall covered in inscriptions that Alaric now realised were not decorative but functional, a vast database of temporal knowledge encoded in bronze and stone. "Your anchor can be repaired, but it will require a sacrifice. The master anchor must be used as a template, its perfect structure serving as a guide for the reconstruction, but the process will drain its power, leaving it inert." You're asking me to destroy the master anchor to repair my own? Alaric felt the weight of the decision crushing down upon him. Why? Because your anchor is flawed, incomplete. It brought you here through accident rather than design, and it can return you home the same way. But the master anchor is too perfect, too powerful. In the wrong hands, it could unravel the very fabric of time itself. The sound of distant shouting echoed through the corridors, growing steadily closer. The guardians of time had found them at last. "We're out of time," Martellus said grimly, his hand moving to his sword. "They'll be here within minutes." The guardian gestured toward a section of the chamber that Alaric hadn't noticed before, a raised platform surrounded by astronomical instruments of incredible complexity. The repair must be done there, at the moment when the celestial alignments are perfect. Tonight, as it happens, the same solstice configuration that brought you here can take you home, but the window is narrow. Alaric looked at his companions, seeing in their faces the same mixture of fear and determination that he felt. Gaius appeared strangely at peace, as if he had always known this moment would come. Cassia's expression was harder to read, but there was something in her eyes that made his heart clench with sudden dread. "There's something else, isn't there?" he asked the guardian. "Some other cost you haven't mentioned." The repair process requires a perfect understanding of temporal mathematics, an understanding that no single mind can contain. The knowledge must be distributed, shared among multiple consciousness, and then unified at the crucial moment. The guardian's ancient eyes were filled with sorrow. Someone must remain behind to anchor the process from this end. Someone must sacrifice their own temporal existence to ensure yours. The shouting was closer now, accompanied by the ring of steel on stone as the fanatics fought their way through the vault's automated defences. Time was running out in more ways than one. "I'll do it," Gaius said without hesitation. "I'm old, and I've devoted my life to this moment. Let my sacrifice have meaning." "No," Cassia said firmly. "The calculations require someone younger, someone whose mind can handle the strain. I've studied the mathematics longer than anyone except Gaius himself." "Neither of you understands," the Guardian interrupted. "The sacrifice isn't death, it's worse. The person who anchors the process becomes temporally dispersed, their consciousness scattered across multiple timelines simultaneously. They become aware of every possible version of history, every choice that was made and every choice that could have been made. It's a form of existence, but one that no human mind was designed to endure." Alaric felt the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders like a physical burden. He had started this chain of events with his experiments in a London workshop, and the consequences had rippled outward to touch the lives of everyone around him. The rational thing would be to accept the sacrifice of one of his companions and return to his own time, but he found that he couldn't make that choice. "There has to be another way," he said desperately. "Some alternative that doesn't require anyone to be destroyed." "There is," the Guardian said quietly. "You could remain here in this time and abandon your attempt to return home. The knowledge you've gained could be used to help Rome, to guide this civilization toward wisdom rather than destruction. But the cost would be accepting exile from your own era forever." The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, punctuated by the crash of doors being forced open. The fanatics were almost upon them. "Alaric," Cassia said urgently, "you have to choose. There's no more time for deliberation." He looked at her, seeing in her face the love that had grown between them over the months of shared danger and discovery. She was offering him a future in this time, a life they could build together among the ruins of the ancient world. All he had to do was accept that his own era was lost to him forever. But as he weighed the choice, fragments of memory from his visions at the master anchor returned to him. He had seen the long night of ignorance that would follow Rome's fall, the centuries of darkness that his Victorian era was only beginning to emerge from. His knowledge, his understanding of temporal mechanics, these could indeed change history, but would the changes be for the better? "I can't," he said finally. "The temptation to interfere, to use my knowledge to change things, it would be too great. I would become exactly the kind of temporal tyrant that the ancients feared." The Guardian nodded approvingly, but before he could respond, the chamber's entrance exploded inward. Armed figures in dark robes poured through the opening, their faces hidden behind masks that bore the symbol of an hourglass with broken glass. The Custodes Temporis had found them at last. "Blasphemers!" their leader shouted, raising a bronze sword that gleamed with religious fervour. You have violated the sacred order of time itself. The punishment is death." Marcellus stepped forward to meet them, his gladius appearing in his hand with practiced ease. The sound of steel on steel rang through the chamber as he engaged the first wave of attackers, but there were too many of them, and his position was hopeless. "The platform!" the Guardian shouted over the din of battle. "Begin the repair now, while there's still time!" Alaric grabbed the components of his broken sundial and ran toward the astronomical platform, Cassia close behind him. The instruments there were unlike anything he had ever encountered, their bronze surfaces covered with symbols that seemed to shift and change as he watched. But somehow he understood their purpose. His consciousness expanded by contact with the master anchor to encompass knowledge he had never formally learned. Working with desperate haste, he began to align the broken pieces of his temporal anchor according to the patterns displayed on the ancient instruments. The mathematics were staggering in their complexity. Calculations that tracked the movement of every celestial body, accounted for the subtle distortions of space-time, and predicted the exact moment when the conditions for temporal transit would be perfect. Cassia worked beside him, her understanding of the ancient texts allowing her to interpret symbols that remained mysterious to him. Together, they began to reconstruct not just the physical device, but the mathematical framework that governed its operation. The battle raged around them as Gaius and the other guild members joined Marcellus in holding back the fanatics. But it was a losing fight. The Custodes Temporis were driven by religious fervour and outnumbered their opponents 3-1. Bodies began to fall, their blood staining the luminescent floor of the ancient chamber. "Almost there," Alaric muttered, adjusting the final gear into position. The sundial was taking shape again, its bronze components fitting together with the precision of master craftsmanship. But something was still missing, the final element that would complete the device and allow it to function. He felt in his pockets, searching for anything that might serve, and his fingers closed around his Victorian pocket watch. The timepiece that had survived his journey through the centuries, that had marked the hours of his captivity and exile, it contained components that were precisely what his temporal anchor needed. Without hesitation, he began to disassemble the watch, removing its springs and gears with the delicate touch of a master craftsman. The pieces fitted into the sundial's mechanism as if they had been designed for that purpose, completing circuits that had remained open for 2 millennia. The moment the final component clicked into place, the temporal anchor began to glow with the same luminescence that suffused the chamber. The astronomical instruments around the platform responded, their bronze surfaces displaying calculations that tracked the approaching moment of temporal opportunity. "Now," the Guardian shouted. "The alignment is perfect, but remember, someone must anchor the process from this end." Alaric looked around the chamber, seeing the desperate situation of his companions. Marcellus was down, his sword broken, blood streaming from a wound in his side. Gaius fought with the fury of desperation, but he was old and tiring rapidly. Only Cassia remained unengaged in the battle, standing beside the platform with her eyes fixed on the glowing sundial. "I'll do it," she said quietly, her voice barely audible over the din of combat. "I understand the mathematics, and my mind is strong enough to handle the strain." "No." Alaric reached for her, but she stepped back, placing herself at the centre of the astronomical array. "There has to be another way. There is no other way, and you know it." Her smile was sad but resolute. "This is what I choose, Alaric. Let me choose." The sundial's glow intensified as the celestial alignment reached its peak. Around the chamber, the bronze mirrors began to focus their reflected light onto the platform, creating a network of energy that made the air itself shimmer with potential. The moment of transition was approaching rapidly. Cassia began to speak in a language that Alaric didn't recognize, her words following mathematical patterns that seemed to resonate with the fabric of space-time itself. As she spoke, her form began to blur, becoming translucent as her consciousness dispersed across multiple temporal dimensions. "Remember me?" she whispered, her voice coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Remember all of us." The last thing Alaric saw before the world dissolved around him was her face, beautiful and terrible in its sacrifice, as she gave up her singular existence to anchor his passage through time. Then the bronze mirrors flared with blinding light. The astronomical instruments screamed with harmonic resonance, and reality folded in on itself once again. He awoke in his London workshop to the familiar sound of coal smoke and fog pressing against the windows. The gaslight flickered exactly as he remembered, casting the same shadows across his cluttered workbench. His pocket watch, whole and undamaged, read midnight on December 22nd, exactly 24 hours after he had begun his experiment. But the sundial was gone. In its place on his workbench lay only a small gear of unknown metal, warm to the touch and inscribed with symbols that hurt to look at directly. When he picked it up, he found that it had somehow embedded itself in his palm, becoming part of him in a way that was more than merely physical. The knowledge remained too. Everything he had learned in ancient Rome, every insight into the nature of time and causality, every moment of love and loss, all of it was preserved in his memory with perfect clarity. He was no longer simply Alaric Grayson, Victorian clockmaker, but something more complex. A man who had lived in two eras and understood the true cost of temporal power. On his desk, written in a hand he recognised with a pang of grief, was a scroll of papyrus that had not been there before his departure. Cassia's final gift to him, the story of her life after his departure, written in the scattered moments of consciousness that remained to her across the multiple timelines she now inhabited. She had lived, the scroll told him, though not in any way that could be called normal. Her sacrifice had dispersed her consciousness across every possible version of history, allowing her to witness the rise and fall of civilizations, the birth and death of stars, the endless dance of cause and effect that governed the universe. She had become something between human and goddess, a guardian of temporal continuity who ensured that the most dangerous paradoxes were prevented. The scroll ended with words that brought tears to his eyes. "I have seen every possible future, my love, and in all of them, our sacrifice had meaning. The knowledge you carry back to your time will guide humanity toward wisdom, though the path will be long and difficult. Remember us not with sorrow but with joy, for we achieved something that no others in history have managed. We touched the very heart of time itself and found it good." The next morning brought Fletcher Moss to his door again, bearing word of another auction, another collection of mysterious artefacts from the ancient world. But this time, Alaric was ready. The gear embedded in his palm pulsed with warmth as he examined the dealer's offerings, revealing which items were authentic temporal devices and which were merely curious relics. "This one," he said, pointing to a bronze armillary sphere that looked unremarkable but sang with harmonic resonance to his enhanced senses. "And that, a Roman abacus that contained computational principles centuries ahead of its apparent age." "You've developed quite an eye," Fletcher observed with professional admiration. "Most collectors take years to develop such discrimination." Alaric smiled, thinking of Cassia and her patient instruction in the mathematical principles that governed temporal mechanics. "I've had good teachers." As the weeks passed, Alaric began to understand the true scope of his mission. The knowledge he had gained in ancient Rome was not meant to be hoarded but shared, disseminated carefully among those who could use it responsibly. He began to write, crafting papers on advanced mathematics and mechanical engineering that pushed the boundaries of Victorian science without revealing their true source. The Royal Society received his treatise on harmonic resonance and precision timekeeping with considerable interest. The principles he outlined, while theoretically sound, seemed to spring from nowhere, mathematical insights that had no clear precedent in existing literature. When pressed for the source of his inspiration, Alaric claimed to have discovered them in fragmentary Roman texts, a story that was plausible if unlikely. More papers followed. On the mechanical computation of astronomical phenomena, principles of temporal measurement in ancient civilizations, and the mathematical foundations of historical chronology. Each one contained insights that were decades ahead of their time, carefully disguised as scholarly speculation rather than hard-won knowledge. But it was his private work that truly mattered. In the evenings, when his official correspondence was complete, Alaric laboured on a comprehensive treatise on temporal mechanics, the complete theory of time travel as understood by the Roman Mechanist Guild, expanded and refined by his own experiences. The work was too dangerous to publish, but it would serve as a guide for future generations who might encounter the same mysteries he had faced. He also began to collect, using his enhanced understanding to identify and acquire genuine temporal artifacts before they could fall into dangerous hands. The gear in his palm served as an infallible detector, warming in the presence of devices that could manipulate time and remaining cool near mere curiosities. Slowly, carefully, he built a collection that rivaled the holdings of the Vault of Kronos itself. The work was lonely. There was no one in his own era who could understand what he had experienced, no one who could appreciate the sacrifices that had been made to bring him home. He thought often of Cassia, wondering if somewhere in the vast web of alternate timelines she was aware of his efforts. The gear in his palm would sometimes grow warm without apparent cause, and he chose to interpret this as her presence, watching over him from her dispersed existence across the centuries. Years passed. Alaric's reputation as a scholar grew, his papers cited by the leading scientists of the age. But none of them suspected that their respected colleague was working from knowledge gained in an era that had ended more than a millennium before their birth. The future that Cassia had seen in her visions began to take shape, as humanity slowly absorbed the insights he provided, advancing toward wisdom rather than mere technological power. On the 10th anniversary of his return, Alaric made a pilgrimage to the British Museum, where fragments of Roman civilization were displayed for the education and entertainment of Victorian society. Among the bronze artifacts and marble statues, he found a small case containing items recently acquired from excavations near Delphi. Most were unremarkable: pottery shards, coins, fragments of inscriptions, but one piece made his breath catch in his throat. It was a small bronze gear, identical to the one embedded in his palm, inscribed with the same symbols that hurt to look at directly. The museum's placard identified it simply as mechanical component, Roman period, unknown purpose. But Alaric knew what it was: a piece of the master anchor, somehow preserved through the centuries and finally making its way to London. As he stood before the display case, the gear in his palm grew warm, resonating with its ancient counterpart. For a moment, he thought he could hear Cassia's voice whispering across the centuries, speaking words of love and encouragement that only he could understand. "Time is not a river," he murmured, remembering the words that had ended his original outline so long ago. "It's a machine, and I intend to build a key." But now he understood that the key was not a physical device but knowledge itself, the understanding that time's greatest power lay not in the ability to change the past but in the wisdom to shape the future. The machine of time was already built, had always existed, and his role was not to master it but to serve it, ensuring that its immense power was used for the betterment of all humanity. The fog pressed against the museum's windows as he made his way home through the gaslit streets of London, carrying with him the weight of centuries and the hope of ages yet to come. Behind him, in their glass cases, the artifacts of Rome waited silently for the next scholar who might be wise enough to understand their true purpose. And somewhere in the vast web of time, Cassia watched and smiled, knowing that their sacrifice had not been in vain. The brass watch lay heavy in Archibald Whitmore's palm as he traced the intricate engravings with his slender finger. The timepiece had once belonged to his father, like everything else in this dusty workshop hidden beneath the floorboards of their modest country home. 17 years of life had taught Archibald patience, a virtue necessary for a boy who spent his days repairing pocket watches, while other lads his age worked the fields or courted village girls. But patience was also essential for someone trying to decode the secrets of a man who had vanished 5 years ago, leaving behind nothing but peculiar contraptions and fragmented journals. Rain tapped gently against the small window near the ceiling of his hidden sanctuary. Outside, the English countryside of 1873 was enveloped in one of those dense autumn fogs that seemed to swallow everything beyond one's immediate surroundings. Archibald preferred it this way. The isolation suited him, kept the curious eyes of Millfield's residents from prying too deeply into his affairs. They already whispered about the odd Whitmore boy who kept to himself and spoke in terms and concepts beyond his years. "Just like his father," they'd say, though never within earshot. "Brilliant, but touched in the head." Archibald adjusted the small brass magnifying glass attached to his workbench lamp and carefully placed the back panel of a pocket watch into position. His fingers, despite their youth, moved with the practiced precision of a master craftsman. He had inherited his father's mechanical intuition, along with his dark, unruly hair and penetrating grey eyes that now narrowed in concentration as he guided a tiny screwdriver with surgical precision. "There now," he muttered to himself. as the watch began ticking with a satisfying rhythm. "Back to life you go!" He allowed himself a small smile of satisfaction, then placed the repaired watch on a velvet cushion beside 6 others, all commissions from townsfolk who begrudgingly admitted that, peculiar though he might be, young Whitmore had a gift for breathing life back into timepieces others had declared beyond salvation. It was this skill that kept a roof over his head and food on his table, since his mother had followed his father into whatever mysterious beyond had claimed them both. Archibald stretched his stiff shoulders and glanced at the grandfather clock in the corner, a magnificent piece his father had built from scratch, its pendulum swinging with hypnotic constancy. Nearly midnight. He should retire, but sleep rarely came easily to him, and tonight something else nagged at his consciousness, a feeling he couldn't quite identify, like the subtle off-rhythm tick of a watch with a hairspring just beginning to fail. His gaze drifted to the far corner of the workshop, to a locked cabinet he seldom opened. Inside lay the stranger pieces of his father's legacy, mechanisms and devices that served no obvious purpose, contraptions that seemed to defy the very laws of mechanics as they were understood. Most mysterious of all was the rusted, gear-laden device Archibald had discovered hidden in a lead-lined box beneath a loose floorboard, wrapped in oilcloth and accompanied by a note in his father's handwriting bearing only 3 words, "Never fully assemble." Perhaps it was the melancholy brought by the anniversary of his father's disappearance, or simply the restlessness of a mind too active for slumber. But tonight, Archibald found himself retrieving the key to that forbidden cabinet from its hiding place inside the hollowed-out spine of Newton's Principia. The tumblers clicked softly as he turned the key, and the cabinet door swung open with a protesting creak. The device lay exactly as he had last seen it, incomplete, mysterious, alluring in its complexity. Unlike his father's other creations, this one bore no signature mark, no initials or date of completion. Instead, its brass and copper surface was etched with symbols that resembled no alphabet Archibald had ever encountered, interspersed with Roman numerals that followed no logical sequence he could discern. The central mechanism, a nested arrangement of gears surrounding what appeared to be a small glass chamber, remained unassembled, just as his father had left it. Archibald lifted it carefully and carried it to his workbench. "What were you building, father?" he whispered, as if the man might somehow answer from whatever realm had claimed him. What purpose could this possibly serve? For hours he examined the device, sketching its components, measuring the tolerance of its gears, attempting to deduce the logic behind its design. The fog outside thickened and the rain intensified, drumming in a regular rhythm against the window that contrasted with the perfect regularity of the grandfather clock's ticking. Occasionally distant thunder rumbled across the countryside. As the night deepened, Archibald's eyelids grew heavy, but his curiosity remained insatiable. He found himself placing gears that seemed to match, testing alignments, making adjustments with tools designed for the delicate work of watchmaking. Each piece that slipped into place seemed to make the device hum with a strange energy he attributed to his exhaustion playing tricks on his mind. The grandfather clock struck 3, each sonorous gong reverberating through the workshop. Archibald's attention had narrowed to a laser focus on the final assembly of the mysterious device. Only one piece remained, a gear with teeth unlike any conventional design, appearing almost crystalline in the lamplight. As he held it above the central chamber, preparing to seat it into position, lightning flashed outside, momentarily flooding the workshop with harsh blue-white light. In that instant, Archibald noticed something extraordinary. The symbols etched along the rim of the device seemed to shift and rearrange themselves, like text viewed through moving water. The Roman numerals glowed with a faint luminescence that couldn't possibly be a reflection of his lamp. His heart began to pound in his chest, a mixture of fear and exhilaration flooding his veins. The rational part of his mind urged caution, reminded him of his father's explicit warning, but another part, the part that had always driven him to understand, to know, to unravel mysteries, pushed his hand forward. The final gear slipped into place with a sound like a key turning in a lock. For a moment nothing happened. Then the central glass chamber began to fill with what appeared to be liquid moonlight, a silvery, mercury-like substance that rose from nowhere. The gears began to turn of their own accord, slowly at first, then with increasing speed. Archibald tried to back away, but found himself unable to move, as if some invisible force held him rooted to the spot. The device's ticking grew louder, synchronised perfectly with the grandfather clock and, most disturbingly, with Archibald's own heartbeat. The three rhythms merged into one pulsing sound that seemed to bend the very air of the workshop. The symbols and numerals on the device now glowed bright enough to cast shadows, rotating around the rim like constellations in an accelerated night sky. "No!" Archibald gasped, finally breaking free of his paralysis and reaching for the device, intending to dismantle it before whatever was happening progressed further. But as his fingers touched the now hot metal, a shock ran up his arm, and the workshop around him seemed to fracture like a mirror struck by a stone. Reality itself appeared to be cracking along invisible seams. The last thing Archibald Whitmore saw before consciousness left him was the device floating inches above his workbench, surrounded by a corona of impossible light. The last thing he felt was his body stretching, tearing, reconstituting, as if every atom were being pulled apart and reassembled incorrectly. The last thing he heard was the synchronized ticking suddenly stopping, replaced by a silence so profound it seemed to swallow the universe itself. And then, nothing. Pain came first, sharp, insistent, pulling Archibald from the void. His face pressed against something cold and wet. Mud. His nostrils filled with smells his brain couldn't immediately categorize. Acrid smoke. Something metallic and organic that turned his stomach, and underneath it all the reek of unwashed bodies and excrement. His ears rang with a high-pitched whine, but through it he could make out sounds, distant explosions, shouting, the mechanical stutter of, were those guns? Forcing his eyes open, Archibald tried to process what he was seeing. Grey sky. Brown earth churned into a nightmare landscape. Barbed wire stretched across a wasteland of craters and splintered tree trunks. None of it made sense. Had he hit his head? Was he dreaming? He tried to push himself up and realised his clothing felt wrong, heavier, rougher. Looking down at himself, he saw not his familiar waistcoat and trousers, but a mud-caked uniform of unfamiliar design. Parts of it seemed fused with his own clothing, as if two sets of garments had melded together during some impossible process. On his chest, partly embedded in the fabric as if it had materialised there, was his father's watch, the one he kept in his waistcoat pocket, not the mysterious device. Before he could further examine his situation, the ground beneath him shook violently. A deafening explosion sent dirt and debris raining down around him. Instinctively, he covered his head with his arms and tried to make himself smaller. "Get down, you bloody fool!" The voice came from somewhere to his left, followed by a rough hand grabbing his collar and yanking him sideways. Archibald tumbled into a deep trench, landing hard against its muddy wall. Looking up, he found himself staring into the dirt-streaked face of a man perhaps 10 years his senior, wearing a uniform similar to the one now mysteriously adorning Archibald's own body. "Are you trying to get your head blown off?" the man demanded, his accent marking him as a Londoner. "Fritz is shelling the whole sector. Everyone back to the dugouts." Archibald opened his mouth, but no words came. His mind raced, trying to assemble the pieces of this impossible puzzle. The landscape, the uniforms, the weapons, they were unlike anything he had ever seen, yet somehow familiar from books, or perhaps his father's more esoteric journals. Where am I?" he finally managed, his voice sounding strange to his own ears. The soldier gave him a look that mingled irritation with concern. "Took some shrapnel to the head, did you? You're on the Western Front, mate. Somme offensive. Now move your ass before we both end up in pieces." Western Front? Somme? The terms meant nothing to Archibald, yet the urgency in the man's voice compelled him to scramble to his feet and follow as another explosion rocked the earth nearby. They moved along the trench, a deep zigzagging channel reinforced with wooden planks and sandbags, passing other men in similar uniforms who crouched against the walls or huddled in small recesses. The scene was something from a fever dream, or one of the more vivid descriptions of hell from Milton's Paradise Lost. Men caked in mud, many sporting bandages stained with blood and worse. The air thick with smoke and the smell of cordite. Constant, thunder-like booming in the distance, punctuated by sharper cracks and the occasional scream. Archibald was guided, half pushed really, into a wider section of the trench system where wooden supports created something resembling a room dug into the earth. Men sat on ammunition crates or directly on the duckboard floor, some playing cards, others writing letters, many simply staring into space with vacant expressions that suggested their minds had retreated to safer territories than their bodies currently occupied. "Found this one wandering in no man's land," his rescuer announced to the group. "Seems a bit dazed. Anyone know which company he's with?" The men glanced up, eyes passing over Archibald with minimal interest before returning to their previous occupations. Only one, an older man with a sergeant's stripes and a face weathered beyond its years, gave him more than a cursory examination. "Don't recognise him," the sergeant said, "but uniforms are all so caked in mud now, hard to tell which lot he belongs to. Could be one of the replacements that came in last night." He addressed Archibald directly. "What's your name and unit, soldier?" "Archibald Whitmore," he replied automatically, then hesitated. Unit? He had no unit, no military training, no business being in what was clearly some kind of battlefield. Yet here he stood, wearing a uniform surrounded by men who seemed to accept his presence, even if they couldn't place him. I'm not certain," he added, deciding that confusion might be his best defence until he could make sense of his situation. "There was an explosion. I don't remember much before that." The sergeant's expression softened slightly. "Shell shock. Seen it before." He turned to the man who had brought Archibald in. "Put him with Barker's group. They're down 3 men after yesterday's push. He can sort himself out there until the medical officers can have a look at him." Archibald was led deeper into the trench system, his mind racing to process everything. Shell shock. The Western Front. Somme. These terms, combined with the weapons and uniforms he was seeing, began to coalesce into a horrifying possibility. He had read enough history to recognise the hallmarks of warfare, but this was like nothing from his own time. His own time. The thought struck him with the force of the explosion still rocking the earth above. Was it possible? Had that device, his father's mysterious contraption with its rune-like etchings and impossible mechanics, somehow thrown him forward in time? It seemed absurd, the stuff of H.G. Wells's scientific romances, yet no other explanation presented itself. What year is it?" he asked his guide, trying to keep his voice casual despite the existential dread building in his chest. The man gave him a sidelong glance. "Christ, mate, you really did get your bell rung, didn't you? It's 1916. July, if you've lost track of that too. 1916. The number hit Archibald like a physical blow. 43 years. Somehow he had travelled 43 years into the future and landed in the middle of what must be a war of unprecedented scale, judging by what little he could see from the trenches. A war enveloping nations, perhaps even continents. What calamity had befallen the world during those lost decades? Before he could pursue this line of thought further, they reached another dugout where a group of about 8 men were engaged in the mundane tasks of warfare. Cleaning rifles, mending uniforms, eating from tin containers. They looked up with the same disinterested expressions he had encountered in the previous group. "New one for you, Barker," his guide announced to a stocky, red-faced man who appeared to be in charge. "Found him wandering above. Bit scrambled in the head, but the sergeant says he's yours now." Barker looked Archibald up and down with a critical eye. "Can you shoot?" he asked bluntly. Archibald had fired his father's old hunting rifle exactly twice in his life, both times at targets and with minimal success. "Not well," he admitted. "Can you run messages without getting lost?" I believe I could manage that. Can you follow orders without getting yourself or the rest of us killed?" Archibald swallowed hard. "Yes, sir," Barker snorted. "I'm not an officer, thank Christ. Corporal will do." He pointed to an empty space along the wall. "That's your spot. Jenkins, Hawkins and Murray won't be needing theirs anymore, so take what you need from their kits. Food comes twice a day if we're lucky. Water when you can get it. Keep your head down, do as you're told, and you might live long enough to remember your own name." He turned back to the others, dismissing Archibald from his attention. "Stand to in 30 minutes, lads. Check your ammunition." Left to his own devices, Archibald made his way to the indicated spot where 3 packs lay untouched, their owners presumably among the countless dead this war was creating. The thought of looting from the deceased turned his stomach, but survival instinct overwhelmed moral qualms. He needed to understand this new reality, and more importantly, find a way back to his own time. As he sat examining the contents of the packs, finding items both familiar and foreign, from tobacco pouches to gas masks whose purpose he could only guess at, His hand strayed to the watch embedded in his uniform. It still ticked, but something about its rhythm seemed off, as if it were keeping time to a different clock altogether. Opening it, he noticed the second hand moving in tiny stutters rather than the smooth sweep it should have exhibited. More concerning were the face and hands, which occasionally seemed to blur and duplicate themselves, showing two slightly different times simultaneously before resolving back into a single image. It was as if the watch itself was caught between moments, unsure of its place in the time stream. First time at the front? The question startled Archibald from his examination. Looking up, he saw a thin-faced man with kindly eyes watching him from a few feet away. "Is it that obvious?" Archibald replied, attempting to strike a balance between the truth and what would be believable to these men. The soldier chuckled softly. "You've got that look, like you've woken up in someone else's nightmare." He extended a hand. "Private Thomas Cooper, formerly a carpenter from Bristol, currently expendable infantry in His Majesty's forces." Archibald accepted the handshake. "Archibald Whitmore. Unusual name, that. Not many Archibalds in the ranks. Where are you from?" "Millfield," Archibald answered automatically. "Small village in Hertfordshire." Cooper nodded. "Never heard of it, but England's full of places I've never heard of. I joined up with 5 other lads from my street. I'm the only one still breathing." He said this matter-of-factly, as if discussing the weather rather than the obliteration of his friends. Archibald struggled to find an appropriate response, but was saved by a commotion at the entrance to the dugout. A man in a more elaborate uniform, an officer, Archibald presumed, ducked inside, accompanied by another soldier carrying a large metal container. "Mail and rations," the officer announced. "Cooper, Barker, Simmons, Whitmore and Wells. You're on patrol tonight. Western section of the line needs reconnoitring after today's barrage. Report to Lieutenant Hadley at dusk." Archibald felt his heart sink. Patrol? In this hellscape of artillery and barbed wire? He had no training, no knowledge of military protocols, barely even understood the conflict he'd been dropped into. Yet refusing would surely raise suspicions he couldn't afford if he hoped to find a way home. As the officer departed and the men fell upon the rations with desperate enthusiasm, Cooper nudged Archibald. "Stick close to me tonight," he said quietly. "First patrol's always the worst. I'll show you the ropes." Gratitude flooded through Archibald. "Thank you. I'm afraid I'm rather out of my depth here." Cooper's smile held no humour. "We all are, mate. Not a man in these trenches was born for this madness. We're butchers and bakers and candlestick makers playing at being soldiers, because some men in fine offices decided our lives were worth less than their pride." He handed Archibald a tin of something that might generously be called stew. "Eat. You'll need your strength." As Archibald forced down the unidentifiable contents of the tin, he observed his new companions more carefully. They moved differently than the men he had known, more cautious, more contained, as if conserving energy for the next crisis. Their eyes constantly scanned their surroundings, never fully relaxing even in this relative safety. These were men who had seen horrors Archibald could scarcely imagine, who had been fundamentally changed by their experiences. What must it be like, he wondered, to live with the constant expectation of violence and death, to know that at any moment steel and fire might rain from the sky and end your existence. It seemed a form of torture more cruel than anything devised in the darkest dungeons of history. As the day wore on, Archibald tried to glean as much information as possible without revealing his complete ignorance. He learned they were indeed in France, near a river called the Somme, fighting against Germany and its allies in what the men variously called the Great War, or, with bitter irony, the war to end all wars. The conflict had been raging for nearly 2 years already, with no end in sight and casualties mounting by the thousands each day. The sheer scale of it boggled Archibald's mind. In his time, wars were relatively limited affairs fought by professional armies, not this industrial slaughter engulfing entire nations. What had happened to the world he knew? What series of events had led humanity to this precipice? Moreover, what had his father's device truly done? Had it somehow predicted this future and sent Archibald forward to witness it? Was there a purpose to his displacement, or was he simply the victim of forces beyond his understanding? As these questions swirled in his mind, the distant thunder of artillery continued unabated. Occasionally the earth would shake as a shell landed particularly close to their position, sending cascades of dirt raining down from the dugout ceiling. The men barely reacted to these near misses, so commonplace had they become. As evening approached, the call came for Stand To, a ritual, Archibald learned, where every man manned the firing line at dawn and dusk, the most likely times for enemy attack. He followed Cooper up a series of wooden steps to the trench proper, where they took positions along a raised platform that allowed them to peer cautiously over a wall of sandbags. The sight that greeted him was beyond anything his nightmares could have conjured. The land between the opposing trench lines, no man's land, Cooper called it, stretched perhaps 200 yards to another set of earthworks barely visible in the gathering darkness. The intervening space was a lunar landscape of shell craters, tangles of barbed wire, and the unmistakable shapes of human bodies in various states of decomposition. Some had clearly been there for days or weeks, rotting in the summer heat, providing grim landmarks in this geography of death. "Don't look at them too long," Cooper advised quietly, noticing Archibald's horrified gaze fixed on a particularly visible corpse. "It doesn't help them, and it doesn't help you." Archibald tore his eyes away with effort. "How? How do you bear it?" he asked, his voice barely audible over the distant gunfire. Cooper was silent for a long moment. "You don't," he finally replied. "Not really. You just pretend to. You build walls in your mind, put all this," he gestured at the devastation before them, "on the other side. And you pray those walls hold until you can go home." He paused, then added, "If home still exists when this is over." They stood their watch in silence after that, each lost in his own thoughts. When the order came to stand down, they returned to the dugout to prepare for the night patrol. Archibald was issued a rifle, a Lee Enfield, Cooper informed him, which felt impossibly heavy and awkward in his hands. A steel helmet, a canteen of water, emergency rations and various other items were added to his gear until he felt like a pack horse rather than a soldier. As they waited for the appointed hour, Archibald found himself studying his pocket watch again. The anomalies he'd noticed earlier seemed to be intensifying. Now the face occasionally displayed impossible configurations, hours that didn't exist, minute hands moving backward, second hands that split and followed different paths simultaneously. More disturbing still, when these glitches occurred, Archibald experienced brief but intense disorientation, as if his consciousness itself were stuttering like the watch's mechanism. During one such episode, the dugout around him seemed to freeze entirely. Men caught in mid-motion, smoke from cigarettes hanging motionless in the air, even dust motes suspended as if embedded in glass. For what felt like several seconds but could have been less, Archibald alone moved in a world turned to a tableau. Then reality snapped back with a sensation like a rubber band breaking, leaving him gasping and dizzy. None of the others appeared to have noticed anything amiss, continuing their preparations without pause. "Are you all right?" Cooper asked, concern evident in his voice. "You've gone white as a sheet." "Just nerves," Archibald managed, unwilling to voice what he had experienced. Either he was losing his mind, a distinct possibility given the circumstances, or something far stranger was occurring. Either way, now was not the time to explore it further. At precisely 2200 hours, their patrol assembled near a communication trench that would lead them to their designated sector. Lieutenant Hadley, a gaunt man with tired eyes who couldn't have been much older than 25, briefed them quickly and efficiently. "We need to assess damage to the wire in sectors 4 through 6, and determine if Fritz has moved his forward positions during the confusion of today's barrage," he explained, pointing to locations on a mud-smeared map. "No heroics, no unnecessary engagements. We observe, we report back. Questions." There were none. The 5 men checked their weapons one final time, blackened any exposed skin with burnt cork to reduce visibility, and followed Hadley into the darkness. Moving through the trenches at night was a disorienting experience. The zigzagging passages seemed designed to confuse, and the occasional flare fired from either side cast strange shifting shadows that played tricks on the eyes. Archibald focused on Cooper's back, trusting the more experienced soldier to guide him safely. They reached a point where the trench system ended at a ladder leading up to ground level. Hadley went first, peering cautiously over the edge before signalling the all clear. One by one they followed, crouching low as they emerged into no man's land. The reality of this blasted territory was even more horrifying up close. Shell craters, some filled with stagnant water, pockmarked the earth like smallpox scars. The twisted metal of barbed wire entanglements reflected what little moonlight penetrated the clouds. And everywhere, the detritus of battle, broken rifles, shredded equipment, and worst of all, the omnipresent dead, their forms often reduced to unrecognisable heaps of cloth and flesh. They moved in a loose formation, communicating through hand signals Archibald barely understood, but desperately tried to mimic. The night was surprisingly loud. Distant machine guns stuttered, artillery boomed on the horizon, and occasionally the haunting cry of a wounded man calling for help drifted across the battlefield. As they approached the first section of wire they were to inspect, Archibald's watch began to behave erratically again. The ticking increased in volume until it seemed impossibly loud in his ears, drowning out even the sounds of war around them. The hands spun wildly, and the face glowed with the same unearthly light he had seen emanating from his father's device just before his displacement. Then, without warning, the world around him changed. The night remained, but the battlefield transformed. Where moments before there had been cratered earth and tangled wire, now Archibald saw grassy fields under moonlight, unmarred by war's devastation. In the distance, instead of trench lines, peaceful farmhouses stood with soft light glowing from their windows. He blinked, and the vision vanished, reality snapping back to its war-torn state. But something had changed. His patrol companions were frozen in mid-stride, as motionless as figures in a photograph. Even the flares that had been drifting slowly earthward hung suspended in the air, their light creating statuary from the surrounding landscape. Archibald's heart pounded in his chest as he realised he was experiencing another temporal anomaly, but this one far more pronounced than before. Was this what his father's device was designed to create? Fissures in the fabric of time itself? Before he could further contemplate the implications, reality fractured again. Now he saw multiple overlapping scenes like double-exposed photographs. The battlefield as it currently existed, yes, but also glimpses of what it had been before, peaceful farmland, and more disturbingly what it might become, a memorial site with stone markers and trim grass, visitors walking solemnly among monuments to the fallen. The watch in his hand burned hot suddenly, forcing him to release it. Rather than falling, it remained suspended in the air before him, ticking so rapidly the sound became a continuous hum. Around him, time itself seemed to stutter and skip like a damaged gramophone reel. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the phenomenon ceased. The watch dropped into the mud, reality solidified, and his companions resumed their movement as if nothing had occurred. To them, perhaps nothing had. The entire episode might have transpired in the space between one heartbeat and the next. Archibald retrieved his watch with trembling fingers, noticing that while it now ticked normally, the hands pointed to an impossible hour, 13 o'clock, before suddenly resetting to the correct time. Whatever was happening to him, it was escalating and somehow connected to both the watch and the device that had sent him here. "Keep up," Cooper hissed, dropping back to nudge Archibald forward. "Wool gathering will get you killed out here." Forcing his mind back to the immediate danger, Archibald followed the patrol as they completed their assessment of the wire emplacements. They were perhaps halfway through their assignment when Hadley raised a fist, the signal to freeze. Everyone dropped to the ground, pressing themselves into the mud. In the silence that followed, Archibald heard what had alerted the lieutenant, voices speaking in a language he didn't recognise but assumed must be German. Their enemy patrol was nearby, perhaps on a mission similar to their own. For long minutes they remained motionless, barely breathing. The German voices grew closer, then began to fade as the patrol apparently moved in a different direction. Hadley was just beginning to signal they should continue when a flare burst overhead, bathing the landscape in harsh white light. "Down!" someone whispered urgently, but it was too late. They had been spotted. The night erupted with the chatter of machine gun fire. Dirt kicked up in a line marching toward their position, as the German gunner adjusted his aim. Hadley shouted something Archibald couldn't make out over the din, but the intent was clear: run or die. The patrol scattered, each man making for the nearest shell hole or depression that might offer cover. Archibald found himself sprinting alongside Cooper, zigzagging to present a more difficult target as bullets whined past them. They dove into a water-filled crater just as another flare burst above, followed by intensified gunfire. "Stay down," Cooper panted. loading a fresh magazine into his rifle. They'll have to expose themselves to get a clear shot. When they do, he left the implication hanging. Archibald nodded mutely, clutching his own rifle, but knowing he lacked the skill to use it effectively. The cold, fetid water of the crater soaked through his uniform, but fear kept him from noticing the discomfort. Somewhere nearby, a man screamed. One of their patrol caught in the open, perhaps. As Cooper cautiously raised his head to assess their situation, Archibald's watch began its now familiar malfunction. The ticking accelerated, the face glowed, and the hands spun wildly. He tried to warn Cooper, to explain what was happening, but found himself unable to speak as the air around them seemingly thickened into something with the consistency of syrup. Time slowed, stretched, then stopped altogether. Cooper remained frozen in mid-motion, his features locked in an expression of grim determination. The water in the crater ceased to ripple. Even the tracer rounds from the machine gun hung suspended in the air like deadly fireflies. In this moment outside of time, Archibald became aware of something extraordinary. He could move, not just himself, but objects around him. He reached out and touched one of the suspended bullets, finding it solid and hot to the touch. With careful pressure, he was able to nudge it slightly off its trajectory. An idea formed in his mind, a desperate, possibly insane idea. If he could alter the path of one bullet during this temporal anomaly, what else might he change? Could he affect the outcome of the firefight? Perhaps save lives that would otherwise be lost? With trembling hands, he reached for other suspended projectiles, diverting them away from where he and Cooper crouched. It was painstaking work, requiring both physical and mental effort that left him gasping. Each bullet he touched seemed to resist his interference, as if reality itself objected to his meddling. As he worked, he became aware of a strange phenomenon. After images, or ghosts of events that had not yet occurred. He could see hazy outlines of Cooper raising his rifle and firing, of German soldiers advancing across no man's land, of blood blooming from wounds not yet inflicted. It was as if the immediate future existed as a probability field that he could perceive while in this suspended state. More disturbing still, he noticed thin, fracture-like lines in the air itself, visible only when he moved his head in certain ways, catching the light of the frozen flares. They resembled cracks in glass, spreading outward from his position like a spider's web. Were these physical manifestations of the damage he was doing to the time stream by his very presence, let alone his interference? Before he could consider the implications further, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, radiating outward from where the watch pressed against his skin. The timepiece had grown searingly hot, burning through fabric to leave its imprint on his flesh. The pain broke his concentration, and reality shuddered around him. Time resumed its normal flow with a sensation like a physical blow. The redirected bullets flew off in their new trajectories, missing their targets. Cooper fired his rifle without seeming to notice anything amiss. The German machine gun fell silent, its operators perhaps confused by their sudden inability to hit what should have been easy targets. "Now!" Cooper shouted, grabbing Archibald's arm. "Back to our lines while they're regrouping." They scrambled from the crater and ran in a crouch toward where they believed their trenches lay. In the darkness and confusion, Archibald quickly became disoriented, but trusted Cooper's instincts. Behind them, German voices shouted in alarm, followed by renewed gunfire that seemed to lack the precision of earlier volleys. They reached a stretch of barbed wire that marked the approach to the British lines. Cooper called out a password that Archibald couldn't quite catch, and answering voices guided them to a gap in the defences. Hands reached out to pull them into the relative safety of the forward trench. "Where are the others?" an officer demanded as they collapsed against the mud wall, gasping for breath. Cooper shook his head grimly. "Scattered when the machine gun opened up. Simmons took a hit, I think. Didn't see the lieutenant or the rest after that." The officer cursed under his breath. "Stay here until the all clear. We'll send out a recovery party at dawn if they haven't made it back by then." As the adrenaline of their escape began to fade, Archibald became aware of how thoroughly exhausted he was. Every muscle ached, and his lungs burned from exertion, and the acrid smoke that hung perpetually in the air. More concerning, though, was the throbbing pain where the watch had burned him, a perfect circular imprint now branded into his chest. Cooper noticed his discomfort. "You hit?" "No," Archibald replied, not sure how to explain what had actually happened. "Just winded." Cooper nodded, accepting the explanation without further question. First time under fire is always the worst. Gets easier. He paused, then amended, not better, just easier. They made their way back to their dugout, where the remaining members of Barker's group greeted their return with minimal acknowledgement, relief tempered by the knowledge that survival today meant nothing for tomorrow. Archibald collapsed onto his designated space, too exhausted even to remove his mud-caked boots. Sleep, when it came, brought no respite. His dreams were a kaleidoscope of temporal fragments, visions of his workshop in 1873, glimpses of the battlefield in various states of destruction and reconstruction, and most disturbingly, flashes of what seemed to be other wars, other conflicts stretching both backward and forward in time. In each, the same pattern repeated, men killing and dying for causes that would be forgotten before the blood dried on the ground. He awoke with a start to the sound of the morning artillery barrage, the daily hate, as Cooper called it when he handed Archibald a tin cup of something approximating tea. Weak sunlight filtered through the entrance to the dugout, suggesting it was perhaps 7 or 8 in the morning. "Barker wants you on messenger duty today," Cooper informed him. "Probably figures you're not ready for the firing line after last night. Report to the command post after stand to." Archibald nodded gratefully, still struggling to fully wake. As he sipped the tepid tea, he surreptitiously examined his watch. It appeared normal now, ticking with reassuring regularity, though the face seemed subtly altered. The numerals more deeply etched, the hands slightly more ornate. He wondered if these changes were physical manifestations of whatever temporal disturbances the device was experiencing, or merely tricks his exhausted mind was playing on him. The burn on his chest throbbed in time with the watch's ticking, creating an unsettling connection between his flesh and the timepiece. When he touched the wound through his shirt, he felt an echo of the strange sensations he had experienced during the temporal anomaly in No Man's Land. A stretching of perception, a blurring of moments into one another. After the morning stand to, Archibald made his way through the trench network to the command post, a slightly more substantial dugout reinforced with corrugated iron and containing actual furniture in the form of a map table and several chairs. There, a harried lieutenant handed him a sealed envelope and terse instructions to deliver it to a Captain Blackwood at a forward observation post half a mile down the line. The journey through the communication trenches was physically demanding, ducking under low-hanging support beams, navigating around work parties, repairing collapsed sections, occasionally pressing himself against the wall to allow stretcher-bearers carrying the wounded to pass. The entire network of trenches formed a grotesque parody of a city's streets, complete with intersections marked by crude signposts bearing names like Piccadilly and Oxford Street. Bleak humour from men desperate to impose some familiarity on this alien landscape. As he travelled, Archibald attempted to organise his thoughts about his situation. The evidence suggested that his father's device had indeed created some kind of temporal displacement, throwing him decades into the future. But why here? Why now? Was it random chance that had deposited him in the middle of this particular hell, or was there purpose behind it? More pressing was the question of how to return to his own time. The device itself remained in 1873, presumably still on his workshop table. All he had was his pocket watch, which seemed somehow linked to the temporal disturbances he was experiencing, but offered no obvious means of controlling them. His contemplation was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps, unusual in their rhythm and heaviness. Looking up, he saw a most unexpected sight. A woman making her way confidently through the trench, dressed in the uniform of a nurse. She was perhaps in her late 20s, with intelligent eyes and a face that, while not conventionally beautiful, possessed a striking quality of determination. She nodded to Archibald as she passed, then paused, her gaze lingering on him with sudden interest. "You're new," she stated rather than asked, her accent marking her as educated and possibly upper class. "Yes," he replied, uncertain what else to say. "Archibald Whitmore." "Charlotte Winters," she returned, extending a hand which Archibald shook after a moment's hesitation. Physical contact with women outside his immediate family wasn't common in his era, but he remembered enough about social niceties to recognise the gesture. "I'm with the Voluntary Aid Detachment at the clearing station back there. Haven't seen you before." "I just arrived," he said carefully. Something in his tone or expression must have struck her as odd. for she tilted her head slightly, studying him more intently. "You're different from the others," she observed. "Your speech, your manner. Where are you from exactly?" Before Archibald could formulate a response that wouldn't sound completely mad, his watch began its now familiar malfunction. The ticking grew louder, the face glowed, and the hands spun erratically. Simultaneously the world around them slowed, colours bleeding out until everything took on a sepia tone like an old photograph. This time, however, the temporal anomaly didn't affect Charlotte. She remained animated, her eyes widening as she observed the phenomenon. "What on earth?" she breathed, looking around at the frozen soldiers in the trench, then back at Archibald. "What's happening?" "What is that device?" Archibald stared at her in astonishment. "You can see this? You're not affected like the others?" She shook her head slowly, wonder and confusion warring in her expression. "Everything stopped except us. And your watch, it's glowing." Before Archibald could respond, reality fractured again. This time, instead of freezing, the environment around them began to shift, images overlapping and merging like a photographic plate exposed multiple times. They saw the trench as it was, but also as it had been days or weeks earlier when freshly dug, and simultaneously as it would be years later, overgrown with grass and wildflowers, a scar slowly healing in the landscape. Charlotte grabbed Archibald's arm, her fingers digging in painfully. "Make it stop," she urged, her voice tight with fear. "Whatever you're doing, stop it." "I don't know how," he admitted, equally frightened. "It happens on its own. I think—" He broke off as a new vision intruded, the trench dissolving around them, replaced momentarily by a modern roadway with strange horseless carriages moving at impossible speeds, metal beasts that roared and belched smoke. Then that too vanished, replaced by the original trench, now frozen in time once more. The watch grew hot in Archibald's hand, not burning this time but pulsing with energy. Acting on instinct, he pressed it against the wound on his chest where its twin was branded into his flesh. There was a sensation like an electrical current passing through him, and the temporal distortion suddenly collapsed. The world snapped back to normal, soldiers continuing their tasks as if nothing had happened, unaware of the ripple in reality that had just washed over them. Charlotte stood very still, her face pale. "What are you?" she whispered. "I'm human, just like you," Archibald assured her quickly. "But I'm not from here. Not from now." She stared at him for a long moment, then, remarkably, a spark of curiosity replaced the fear in her eyes. "Come with me," she said decisively, taking his arm. "We need to talk, and not here." She led him through a series of turns in the trench, until they reached a small alcove that had been dug into the wall and curtained off with a piece of canvas. Inside was a crude desk fashioned from ammunition crates, stacked with medical supplies and paperwork. "My office, such as it is," Charlotte explained, gesturing for him to sit on one of the 2 wooden stools. "I sometimes use it when checking supplies or completing reports." She fixed him with a penetrating gaze. "Now tell me exactly who you are, and what just happened out there." Archibald hesitated. The rational part of his mind warned against revealing his impossible situation. She would think him mad, perhaps report him to the authorities as a spy or deserter suffering from delusions. Yet something in her direct gaze suggested a mind open to extraordinary possibilities, and he desperately needed an ally who understood this era far better than he did. Decision made, he began his tale, starting with his life in 1873, his father's mysterious disappearance, and the discovery of the device that had hurled him through time. He explained the temporal anomalies he'd been experiencing, the strange behaviour of his watch, and his desperate need to find a way home. Throughout his narrative, Charlotte listened without interruption, her expression shifting from scepticism to fascination. When he finally fell silent, she sat back, processing everything he had told her. "Under normal circumstances," she said after a long pause, "I would assume you were suffering from shell shock or some other psychological trauma, but I saw what happened in that trench. Time stopped, for everyone but us." She leaned forward, elbows on knees. "And there's something about you, your speech patterns, your confusion about things any soldier would know, little anachronisms in how you carry yourself. You're out of place here." "You believe me then?" Archibald asked, hardly daring to hope. "I'm not certain what I believe," she admitted, "but I know what I saw, and if there's even a chance you're telling the truth." She trailed off, then smiled slightly. "Well, I've always had a weakness for impossible problems, Before the war, I was studying natural sciences at Bedford College. My professors thought I was wasting my education, that a woman should be content with a general understanding rather than pursuing serious scientific inquiry. I'd like to think they were wrong, hope sparked in Archibald's chest. Then you'll help me? I'll try, she promised, though I'm not sure how much help I can be with matters involving time travel. It's hardly covered in nursing textbooks. Her attempt at humour faded quickly. But first I need to see that wound you mentioned, where the watch burned you. Reluctantly, Archibald opened his shirt enough to reveal the circular burn on his chest. Charlotte's clinical detachment faltered momentarily at the sight. A perfect imprint of the watch face, the numerals and hands clearly visible on his reddened flesh like some bizarre tattoo. Extraordinary, she murmured, leaning closer to examine it. The skin isn't blistered as I would expect from a conventional burn. It's more like a brand, but impossibly detailed. She touched the edge of the mark gently, and Archibald gasped as another flicker of temporal distortion rippled through the dugout. Brief but unmistakable, the colours bleeding away for a split second before normalcy reasserted itself. Charlotte withdrew her hand quickly. There's a connection, she said, her scientific mind clearly racing ahead, between you, the watch, and these temporal events. Your physical body seems to be acting as some kind of conduit or anchor point. Before they could discuss further implications, a shell landed nearby, close enough to shake dirt from the dugout ceiling. The normal sounds of the front, which had faded into the background of their conversation, reasserted themselves with jarring clarity. I have to go, Charlotte said, gathering her medical bag. There will be casualties from that barrage, and I'm needed at the clearing station, but I want to continue this conversation. She scribbled something on a scrap of paper. I'm off duty tomorrow evening. Meet me here at this map reference. It's an abandoned farmhouse just behind our lines. The medical officers use it sometimes, but it should be empty then. Archibald took the paper, suddenly reluctant to see her leave. Charlotte represented his first real hope of understanding what was happening to him, and possibly finding a way home. I'll be there, he promised. And thank you for believing me, or at least not thinking me completely mad. She paused at the entrance to the dugout. Oh, I haven't ruled out madness entirely, yours or mine, but madness would be a far less interesting explanation than time travel, don't you think? With that parting comment and a brief smile, she was gone, leaving Archibald alone with his thoughts and the ever-present background symphony of war. Remembering his original assignment, he hastened to deliver the message to Captain Blackwood, finding the officer in a forward observation post peering through a periscope at the German lines. The captain barely acknowledged him, simply pocketing the envelope with a grunt of dismissal. Messenger duty, Archibald was learning, involved a great deal of hurrying, followed by being treated as if one were invisible. As he made his way back through the trench system, the day's activities swirled around him. Men cleaning weapons, repairing damaged sections of the trench wall, writing letters home, or simply staring into space with thousand-yard gazes that spoke of horrors witnessed and absorbed. It struck Archibald that despite being displaced in time, he was effectively trapped here, subject to the same dangers as these men whose war this actually was. That evening, as he sat with Cooper and the others in their dugout, attempting to choke down another meal of unidentifiable meat and hardtack, news filtered down from command. There would be a major push in 3 days' time, a renewed offensive to break the stalemate. The men received this information with grim resignation rather than enthusiasm or fear. Yet another march into the meat grinder, with success measured in yards gained and lives expended. Will it make any difference? Archibald asked Cooper quietly. This offensive, will it change anything? Cooper considered the question with more seriousness than Archibald had expected. Probably not in the grand scheme, he admitted. We take their trench, they counterattack and take it back. A few hundred dead on both sides, and the lines end up more or less where they started. He sighed, rubbing a hand over his stubbled chin. But someday one side or the other will break. Has to happen eventually. Every empire falls in the end. Archibald was struck by the philosophical depth behind Cooper's seemingly simple statement. This ordinary carpenter from Bristol had been forced by circumstances to contemplate matters of history and human nature that most people never considered. War, for all its horror, seemed to strip away pretension and force a stark confrontation with reality. "And what will you do?" Archibald asked. "After the war, I mean. If you—" He stopped, unwilling to voice the obvious caveat. "If I survive?" Cooper finished for him with a grim smile. "Go home, rebuild my life, try to forget." He shrugged. "Same as everyone else. Or maybe that's just what I tell myself to get through each day. Truth is, I can't really imagine a world without this anymore." He gestured around the dugout. "Can't remember what it feels like to wake up without the sound of guns, to walk without crouching, to breathe air that doesn't taste of cordite and death." The conversation lapsed into silence, each man lost in his own thoughts. As darkness fell outside and the dugout was illuminated only by the dim light of a single lantern, Archibald examined his watch again. It seemed stable for now, ticking with the steadiness that had once made it a reliable companion rather than a mysterious harbinger of temporal chaos. Yet as he studied it, he noticed something he had missed before. Tiny symbols etched around the inner edge of the case, nearly invisible unless one knew to look for them. They resembled the runes on his father's device, though simpler in form. Had they always been there, or were they another manifestation of the watch's transformation? Archibald's contemplation was interrupted by a commotion at the dugout entrance. A runner appeared, breathless with urgency. "Engineers need men," he announced. "Tunnel collapse in Sector 7. Anyone not on watch, follow me." Several of the men groaned but rose to their feet, grabbing helmets and gloves. Cooper motioned for Archibald to join them. "Come on," he said. "Digging's better than sitting here waiting for a shell with your name on it." They followed the runner through the darkened trench system to an area Archibald hadn't seen before, where a large entrance had been cut into the trench wall, reinforced with timber supports. Men were emerging from this opening, covered in dirt and coughing violently. Others were organising rescue equipment, shovels, picks, lanterns and stretchers. Part of the countermining operation collapsed, an engineer sergeant explained as he assigned them positions. "We've got men trapped about 50 yards in. Need to shore up the affected section and get them out before Fritz realises what's happened and sends over some heavy stuff to finish the job." Archibald soon found himself in a line of men passing sandbags and timber supports into the tunnel entrance. The work was back-breaking, made worse by the oppressive heat and lack of air in the confined space. Those entering and exiting the tunnel looked increasingly exhausted, their faces streaked with sweat-tracked mud, eyes red from the dust. After perhaps an hour of this labour, a shout came from inside. "We're through! We need stretcher-bearers," Cooper immediately volunteered, pulling Archibald with him. "Come on," he urged, "or it's our duty." Reluctantly, Archibald followed him into the tunnel, a cramped, timber-lined passage barely tall enough to stand in, lit at intervals by lanterns that cast more shadows than light. The air was thick with dust and the smell of disturbed earth, making each breath an effort. They hunched forward, moving deeper into the claustrophobic space until they reached a section where the tunnel widened slightly into a crude chamber. There, several men lay on the ground, some moving weakly, others ominously still. Engineers worked frantically to stabilise a section of ceiling that had partially collapsed, while medics attended to the injured. Cooper and Archibald were directed to a man with a clearly broken leg who needed evacuation. As they carefully lifted the injured soldier onto a stretcher, Archibald's watch began its now familiar malfunction. The ticking accelerated, echoing strangely in the confined space as if coming from multiple directions simultaneously. The face glowed, casting eerie shadows on the tunnel walls. "Not now," Archibald muttered, desperately willing the temporal disturbance to subside. The last thing he needed was to create some catastrophic anomaly deep underground, where any disruption could bring tons of earth down upon them all. But the phenomenon intensified. The air thickened, time slowed, and once again Archibald found himself in that strange between state, where he alone remained fully animated while others moved with glacial slowness. The light from the lanterns stretched into long, fluid streamers that danced across the walls like living things. Then, with horrifying clarity, Archibald saw something no one else could. Fracture lines spreading through the timber supports above them, wooden beams beginning to splinter under the weight they held back. In the normal flow of time, these breaks were still forming, invisible to the naked eye. But in this dilated moment, Archibald could see the disaster unfolding before it happened. The supports would fail completely within minutes, burying everyone in the chamber. As he watched, frozen in horror, the temporal distortion shifted again. Now he saw not just the impending collapse, but multiple potential outcomes branching from this moment like paths in a garden, each determined by the actions taken or not taken in the next crucial minutes. In most of these potential futures, The tunnel collapsed with devastating loss of life, but in a few specific interventions resulted in everyone escaping before catastrophe struck. The revelation hit Archibald with the force of epiphany. Perhaps this was why he had been sent here, to this specific place and time, not randomly, but with purpose. His father's device hadn't malfunctioned. It had worked exactly as designed, placing him at a temporal nexus point where his knowledge of future events could alter history's course. But should he interfere? The question plagued him even as time began to resume its normal flow. If he changed events here, what ripples might spread outward, affecting the timeline in ways he couldn't possibly predict? Yet if he did nothing, men would die who might otherwise live. The moral calculus seemed impossible, but the decision, he realised, had already been made for him. He couldn't stand by and watch men die when he had the power to save them. Whatever consequences might flow from his interference, they couldn't be worse than the burden of inaction. As reality solidified around him, Archibald raised his voice urgently. "Everyone out! Now! The supports are failing!" The engineers looked at him skeptically until one of them noticed a fresh crack appearing in a timber directly above them, accompanied by an ominous creaking sound. "He's right," the man shouted. "Evacuate! Move the wounded first!" A flurry of activity ensued as stretchers were hastily loaded and men began filing toward the exit. Archibald helped Cooper with their assigned casualty, moving as quickly as the confined space allowed. Behind them, the groaning of the overburdened supports grew louder, small showers of dirt beginning to rain down from the ceiling. They had nearly reached the tunnel entrance when a massive crash echoed from the chamber they had just left, followed by a concussive wave of dust and displaced air that knocked several men off their feet. The collapse had begun. "Run!" someone shouted unnecessarily, as everyone was already moving at their maximum speed through the restrictive tunnel. Archibald and Cooper staggered the last 20 yards to the entrance, emerging into the relative openness of the trench just as a rumbling series of secondary collapses shook the ground beneath their feet. As they set down their stretcher and looked back, dirt continued to fountain from the tunnel entrance, gradually diminishing as the collapse stabilised. Men were counting heads, checking who had made it out and who might still be trapped inside. "How did you know?" Cooper asked Archibald, his voice hushed with a mixture of gratitude and suspicion. "About the supports failing? You called it before anyone else saw the signs." Archibald opened his mouth, then closed it again, unsure how to explain. Before he could formulate a response, the engineer sergeant approached, his face grey with dust but his eyes sharp with curiosity. "Good eye, lad," the sergeant said. "Don't know how you spotted that fracture from where you were standing, but you saved lives today. If we'd stayed in that chamber another minute—" He left the thought unfinished, clapping Archibald on the shoulder before moving off to organise the wounded men's evacuation to the field hospital. Cooper continued to study Archibald with newfound interest. "There's something different about you," he said finally. "Can't put my finger on it, but it's there." He smiled slightly. "Whatever it is, I'm glad you were with us tonight." As they made their way back to their dugout, Archibald felt the weight of what had just happened settling on his shoulders. He had changed events, potentially altered history's course. The men who had survived the tunnel collapse because of his warning would go on to affect other events, creating a cascade of changes that could theoretically spread outward indefinitely through time. Yet the timeline hadn't immediately unravelled, suggesting that perhaps history had more resilience than he feared. Or perhaps the changes he had made were so minor in the grand scheme that they created only ripples, not waves, in the river of time. More important was the implication that his displacement might have purpose, that he had been sent to this particular moment for a reason. If that were true, what other interventions might he be meant to make, and who or what had orchestrated this journey? His father, some higher power, or merely the impersonal mechanism of the universe self-correcting some temporal anomaly? As these questions churned in his mind, Archibald became aware of a new development. The burn mark on his chest, the imprint of the watch face, had begun to change. The numerals and hands that had been branded into his flesh were shifting positions, just as they did on the actual timepiece during moments of temporal distortion. When he touched the mark, images flashed through his mind, fragmented visions of places he had never seen, events that had not yet occurred. Most vivid among these was a recurring image of a particular section of the battlefield, a seemingly unremarkable stretch of no man's land distinguishable only by a blasted tree stump and an unusual configuration of shell craters. In this vision, the Earth itself seemed to shimmer and distort, as if reality were thinner there than elsewhere. With sudden certainty, Archibald knew this was what he needed to find. A weak point in the fabric of time, perhaps the very spot where his arrival had punched through the normal constraints of chronology. If there were any hope of returning to his own era, it would begin there. The next evening, after completing his messenger duties for the day, Archibald made his way to the abandoned farmhouse where Charlotte had arranged to meet him. The structure stood perhaps half a mile behind the front lines, damaged by shell fire but still largely intact, its stone walls having withstood what its wooden roof had not. Inside, the remaining furniture had been repurposed or scavenged, leaving only a few chairs and tables scattered among the debris. Charlotte was already waiting, having exchanged her nurse's uniform for a simple dress and coat that made her look startlingly civilian amidst the militarized zone. She had spread several maps and papers on a table and lit a small oil lamp that cast long shadows across the room's irregular surfaces. "I've been thinking about your situation," she said, without preamble as Archibald entered, "and I have a theory. It's rather fantastical, but no more so than time travel itself." "I'm listening," Archibald replied, taking a seat across from her. "What if the device your father created wasn't meant to send people through time randomly, but to specific moments when intervention was needed?" She leaned forward earnestly. "There are certain points in history that serve as nexus events, moments when small actions can have disproportionate effects on future outcomes. What if your father found a way to identify these moments and built a machine that could place someone there to ensure the right choice was made?" The theory aligned with Archibald's own recent thoughts regarding the tunnel collapse, but raised further questions. But why me? And why this particular war? What could be so important here that it would justify tearing someone from their own time? Charlotte's expression grew sombre. "This isn't just any war, Archibald. The scale of this conflict is unprecedented in human history. Millions are already dead, and millions more will die before it's over. And I fear it won't truly end even when the fighting stops. The hatred and resentment being sown now will bear bitter fruit for generations." She pushed one of her papers toward him, a series of calculations and diagrams he didn't fully understand. "I've been studying reports from all along the front, looking for patterns in what you described, moments when time seems to behave abnormally. There are accounts, mostly dismissed as hallucinations or battle fatigue, of soldiers experiencing strange phenomena, moments that repeat, premonitions of events seconds before they occur, glimpses of landscapes as they existed before the war." "Temporal fractures," Archibald murmured, remembering the crack-like patterns he had seen in the air during his own experiences. "Exactly, and they seem to cluster in specific areas." She pointed to several locations marked on her map, particularly here, near what the soldiers call the Blasted Heath, a section of no man's land that's been contested so many times the earth itself seems changed by it. Archibald felt a shiver of recognition. A stretch with a distinctive tree stump and an unusual pattern of shell craters. Charlotte looked up sharply. "Yes. How did you know?" He explained about the visions he'd been experiencing, the changing mark on his chest, and his growing certainty that this location held the key to understanding his displacement. As he spoke, Charlotte's expression shifted from scientific curiosity to something approaching awe. "It's all connected," she breathed. "You, the watch, these fractures in time, they're part of something larger. The question is, what are you meant to do now that you're here?" Before Archibald could respond, the distant rumble of artillery grew suddenly louder, and the farmhouse shuddered as shells began landing closer than before. A new barrage, heavier than the usual evening. Hate. Charlotte quickly gathered her papers. "We should get to shelter. The Germans must have spotted movement in this sector and adjusted their fire." They hurried to the farmhouse cellar, a stone-walled chamber that offered better protection than the partially destroyed upper floors. As they descended the stairs, the building took a direct hit, the impact sending them tumbling the remaining distance to the cellar floor. Dust and debris rained down, as part of the ceiling collapsed, but the sturdy stone walls held. Archibald picked himself up, coughing in the dust-filled air. "Are you hurt?" he called to Charlotte, who was pushing herself to a sitting position nearby. "Just bruised, I think," she replied, brushing debris from her clothing. "But we may be trapped down here until someone digs us out." As if to confirm her assessment, there was another crash from above as more of the structure gave way, sending a cascade of timber and stone tumbling down the cellar stairs, their only exit. A few final pieces clattered down, and then silence fell, broken only by the muffled continuing barrage outside and the settling of debris around them. Archibald examined their prison by the light of Charlotte's lamp, which had miraculously survived the fall. The cellar was about 15 feet square, now partially filled with rubble from above. The walls appeared intact, but the staircase was completely blocked by debris that would take hours to clear, even with proper tools. "Someone will come looking eventually," Charlotte said, attempting to sound optimistic. "The medical officers know I sometimes use this place. When I don't return to the clearing station..." She trailed off, both of them aware of the reality. In the chaos of war, with casualties constantly demanding attention, it might be days before anyone noticed her absence, let alone organised a search party to this particular location. Archibald was about to offer some words of encouragement when his watch began its familiar malfunction. The ticking accelerated, the face glowed, and time around them began to distort. But this anomaly was different from previous occurrences, more intense, more focused. The air itself seemed to warp and bend, colours inverting momentarily before settling into a state where everything appeared slightly out of alignment, as if viewed through imperfectly ground lenses. "It's happening again," Charlotte whispered, moving closer to Archibald. "But something's different this time." She was right. Rather than freezing or slowing, time seemed to be folding around them, creating what Archibald could only describe as pockets of temporal distortion throughout the cellar. In one corner, rubble that had fallen during the collapse now rose back to the ceiling, then fell again in an endless loop. In another, dust motes hung completely motionless in the air, while everything else continued to move normally. Most dramatically, a section of the cellar wall directly opposite them began to shimmer and fade, revealing glimpses of other times and places. The farmhouse as it had been before the war, green fields stretching to distant trees, the same location decades in the future, overgrown but peaceful, and most disturbingly a vision of trenches more ancient than their own, filled with soldiers in Roman armour, suggesting this land had known war long before the current conflict. "It's as if the barriers between time streams are breaking down," Archibald said, watching in fascination and horror as reality fluctuated around them. "My presence here, my interference with events, I think I'm causing damage to the fabric of time itself." Charlotte's scientific mind was clearly racing to process what she was witnessing. Or perhaps these barriers were already weakened, and that's why your father's device sent you here specifically, to repair the damage, not cause it. As if responding to their discussion, the watch grew hot in Archibald's hand, while the matching brand on his chest burned with renewed intensity. Acting on instinct, he pressed the watch against the mark, gasping as energy surged through him like an electrical current. The cellar around them destabilized further, reality seeming to hold its form only directly around their bodies, while dissolving into temporal chaos elsewhere. Through this maelstrom a pattern emerged. The various visions and distortions began to organise themselves into what appeared to be a pathway, leading to the shimmering section of wall that now resembled a doorway more than a solid barrier. "I think," Archibald said slowly, "we're being shown a way out. Not just from this cellar, but perhaps a way for me to return home." Charlotte gripped his arm tightly. "If you step through that portal, or whatever it is, you might end up anywhere, any time. It could be a one-way journey with no guarantee of reaching your own era." "I know," he acknowledged, "but I'm beginning to understand why I was sent here. Not just to save those men in the tunnel, but to witness this war, to understand what humanity is capable of both in cruelty and courage. Perhaps my father hoped that knowledge from the future might somehow help change the past.